then once you start, I think, you pick up pace. So it's good. And again, thanks to all of you for joining us.
Thank you. So I think we'll just start off the show. I'll ask my MCs to like present and ask the speakers the first session and everything to begin with. Let's do this.
I guess अब start करते हैं काफी time हो गया and everyone's very eager to start. So I would like to start off this session by inviting our two most gracious speakers who have given us their time and have blessed us with their presence. So I would like to firstly call Vladimira, founder of Neem. Round of applause, everyone. Thank you. Now, the second speaker I would like to invite is Hira Tariq from GDG Kolachi. Round of applause, everyone. Round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. And good morning. I think we're past the morning time right now. But thank you for joining us in this session with me and Vladimira. Thank you, Vladimira, for coming to the session. So little bit of background. Vladimira builds and invests into purposeful businesses that challenge the status quo. She's currently the founder of Neem Financial Wellness. And today I have the honor of having this fireside chat with her. And without further ado, my first question from you would be, as our session suggests, what is the bold vision behind redefining financial inclusion in Pakistan?
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I don't need the applause. I've been living here for 5 years, and my Urdu is not that good for applauding it, but thank you very much anyhow. I should be much better. First of all, you don't need to be stressed, Gibran. So when Gibran reached out to me, I think this is like 6 months ago, he was already super excited about wider community and the wider ecosystem, and we are trying to connect the dots. So then I sort of thought about it, and it made a lot of sense. So one last thought is that I always feel that as organizers of similar events, you are stressed when you're expecting I think 7,600 you guys announced in terms of the people, and 50 show up. But I want to tell you that it's actually what we as speakers really enjoy, is the intimacy that you can bring and create with a smaller audience. So I'm looking forward to now have this conversation together. So now a little bit towards who we are as Neem and why are we saying bold statements like we are redesigning financial inclusion. So I'm here also with my co-founder Nadeem. We are actually 3 co-founders that we started Neem, which is really a fintech. We do have a bold vision around sort of building a technology platform for Pakistan that is able to empower many non-financial businesses across all kinds of industries that you imagine to be able to start providing basic financial services to their end users. And if I come back to why redefining financial inclusion, because it might be like, why would you even say that it needs a redefinition? We have seen and we believe that financial inclusion has made a lot of positive impact in Pakistan, but also globally across the last decade. However, we felt that the concept is quite limiting. And it's limiting in a sense that it mostly meant bringing people into the financial services system, which in simple terms means opening a bank account, digital bank account for people. However, when you think about what is your own financial well-being, financial wellness, what would you be thinking? Most probably you're thinking maybe ability to take a loan from my business, be able to make digital payments, yes, be able to save money for my college, be able to maybe pay for the healthcare services for my parents, and you name it. So we felt that the financial well-being, and we call it financial wellness, goes much beyond financial inclusion. It goes much further than opening a bank account for an individual. So that's our vision. Maybe last thought to that and connecting it to today's topic, which is Web3 and NFTs. I think we are excited to see what comes from the community of creators. I personally do believe that it's a very exciting space that has a lot of empowering elements to it for creators and artists and entrepreneurs. I hope that the regulatory and security system in Pakistan will move forward, and for us as a financial services or financial wellness provider, we'll be also able to embed some of those digital assets into our infrastructure and help you promote also your I guess, products, assets through our platform. So it's very much a future, but I think it's a great first step.
Thank you so much. So can you share a little bit about your story as a founder and what motivated you to start a company in the financial wellness space in Pakistan?
Sure. So I get these questions still a lot, right? I mean, you just strike attention just looking as a foreigner, even though I said to my team lately that being 5 years living in Pakistan, I started sort of forgetting about the fact that I look like a foreigner. So 5 years ago, came to Pakistan, I think with the vision of really, it actually started much further or much earlier than 5 years ago. It started, I'm not a financial services graduate at all. I studied human rights and politics. So come from a very different background, even though my parents are engineers as well as my sibling. I felt like the sort of black sheep of the family, even though I used to be good at tech, but I felt sort of calling in the other spaces. And I would encourage each one of you to go after your own calling. Anyhow, the journey brought me back to technologies you can see today. But I think I understood somewhere on my journey that what I was always passionate about is being able to help other individuals to think about their choices in life, have the freedom of making informed decisions and choices for your own life and for your loved ones, for your community, for your family. And I think somewhere on the journey, I understood that actually financial services play a massive role for that. So as we said before, for someone to be able to save for college, to pay for your mental health therapy, to pay for or to have an insurance to pay for a funeral of your loved one, all of the aspects that go much beyond of making payments and how we used to think about financial services. So with that vision of really going at the sort of bottom of how we can enable an individual, financial services made a lot of sense. And I think doing it at the scale of a country like Pakistan, where you have about 120 million underserved and excluded, financially excluded people, it just resonated. So that's what sort of wakes me up every day to go into Hive on Gizri Road and build NIM with my team.
Thank you so much. So we discussed your vision and how it contributes to the vision of Pakistan. Can you tell me a bit about how you're aiming to support the financial wellness of women as underserved communities in Pakistan?
So the communities of women in Pakistan or generally across emerging markets, it always resonated with me personally. I think also for the reason that I'm a woman and you sort of you want to see yourself in terms of whether that's women on the stage, you want to see other women empowered, being entrepreneurs, have the ability to make decisions. I think that's what I was looking for in my mother as well, right? So it comes, I think, for maybe each one of you, when you look back into why you are doing what you are doing today, you will find a lot of connectivity to your childhood, actually. So maybe that's a good exercise to do later after the conference. But so as I knew that empowering women was always core to my personal mission, when we started NEEM, we started looking into, okay, what's the situation of financial wellness of women in Pakistan? And let me tell you, it's not a nice picture, right? So it's about 7%, if I'm correct, at the moment, of women only having the bank account. When you go into all the other financial services or financial wellness products, like lending, insurance, savings, it is nearly non-existent. So when we started looking into what can we do, we felt that we don't want to engage with or we don't see the power of engaging with the individual women creators like yourself or some of the NFT artists over here. We felt that the power comes from identifying some of the already existing businesses, and I'll give you an example. There is a sort of e-commerce platform marketplace called Bechlo that has about 17,000 women sellers and buyers on the platform. What they're now looking for is ability to be able to open digital bank accounts for those women entrepreneurs, to be able to start providing business loans to them. And all of that can happen by integrating NEEM at the back end. So the other example is, for instance, in telehealth, there is Sehat Kahani that many of you might know is one of the biggest telehealth or digital businesses in Pakistan. They have a massive focus on women. Again, they're interested in integrating NEEM at the backend through APIs and SDKs and be able to start providing financial services to their women patients. So that's the way. It's not directly to consumer, but if there are businesses over here, whether you are servicing women customers or not, but you are looking for potentially thinking to provide digital payments, you are looking for creating accounts, you are thinking about providing cards that are co-branded. So enable your end user financially, I would love to talk. So that's sort of the model. We call it an embedded finance model.
Thank you so much. And I've seen Sehat Kahani and Beshlo up close, how they scaled and how they're growing. So thank you for that. My next question is about how have you as founders navigated challenges related to the current economic macroclimate?
Yeah, I think we would kid ourselves if we would pretend that it's not tough time, right, for building business right now, frankly, anywhere in the world, not just in Pakistan. I think the list is quite long, so I'll try to maybe pick up some highlights. I think for us, it was a time when we went back to fundamentals, the basics. I think as co-founders, we have this also attribute of getting excited about the new things that are on the horizon. And I think we had to learn to be good at saying no to things and really going back to what's the core of our business. And I think going back to the core also means focusing on building a healthy revenue-generating business rather than following this hyper-growth wave that I believe we all can remember. It wasn't that long time ago that was happening in Pakistan. There were some pluses of it, but a lot of negatives as well. So going back to fundamentals was one, learning to say no to shiny things and really focusing on the core. I think the other component was, was how much we had to invest in building open and transparent culture in our team. And I think it surprised me that I felt that we are ready, but I had some few sleepless nights because we were at the moment where we had to consider all kinds of scenarios of what is going to happen to the business. And as a founder, you wake up with this question, or you come to your business with this question of, well, I'm here to motivate my team so that they are focused on the North Star. They always, every day, come with high energy. But at the same time, you have the dilemma, which is about, well, I'm also facing all kinds of options, and they are not nice, all of them. So it's sort of a dichotomy of personalities that come in every day as a founder. So I think it was important. I reached out for help at that time to some of the most experienced founders globally to say this is what we are experiencing or how I feel. how to navigate this, there was one advice that I think is generally useful. There was a founder who told me about this circle of intimacy, which what she meant by it was saying, as co-founders and founders in your business or CEOs, in tough moments, really what you need to do is understand who are the people closest to you in your team, with whom your level of transparency can be, let's say, 90%. So those are the people who will co-share the burden with you. However, you have to be pretty clear that there are other circles of transparency and that it's not helpful for every team member of your business to actually have the full picture of what's happening with the business. Just one, because they are maybe not equipped to deal with the information, is just generally not useful. So I think just having a framework for how to navigate this was very useful. And maybe last one is, I always say this, that I think there is a special place in heaven for solo founders. So how many solo founders do we have here? Okay, 2, 3, 4, some hands are popping up, 4. So I feel for you, big time. But it's not that it's not possible, but it's tough. I am certainly grateful for having 2 strong co-founders. And during those tough times, we became, people say we should not say it, but we really became something like a family unit. I think for me, it also happened because one of the co-founders is my husband, so sitting here. But what I mean by that is that it was super important for us to have those ongoing conversations. When one of us showed up with the energy of 20% in a day, we checked in with each other, and if the other one was on 80, we said, okay, let me take it today. So I think that support system, so if you're a solo founder, find another support system for yourself. So I think there is a bunch of stuff to do. Of course, at the top of your list should also be just doing some basic cost cutting. So we've done that. We didn't have to fire anyone, which I'm very proud of. But yeah, so tough moments, but there are some practical things that you can implement.
Okay, so just to wrap it up, my last question would be about how you're preparing for the scaling of your business. And could you share some key elements that are essential for you for scaling as a startup?
Yeah, I think that's the sort of new challenge for us as a business, is that we are realizing, both as a team but also as co-founders, is that wow, we are really stepping into the new phase of the growth. I think there is one part which is a little bit of nostalgia. Maybe some of you who are founders, you might remember this if you're further on the journey, that if you remember the times when you were 10 people team, and then how you knew everyone as family and strong bonds. And we are now growing into 30, 35 people, which is still not massive, but still we felt the nostalgia of the early days. I think there are, again, many things to think about when you're scaling, but the one that I want to leave you with today, which I think we mostly forget about as creators and builders, is that we also need to think about how do we scale our people, and then we also need to scale our organizations. So we are trying to educate ourselves. There is a model that we sort of take as an inspiration, which is from one of the top fintech leaders, Stripe. So their ex-chief operating officer wrote this book, Scaling People. And one of the things that she's saying is that processes are not a bad thing. For the period of scale, you have to make sure that you have some fundamental frameworks and operating system of your company in place. And the reason for it is tech people, is that processes in general and in organizations have this negative ethos. And I'm personally a deep believer that build your core operating system, your core framework. It will take you far away. Equip your leaders. They will always be the carriers of your culture. So think about if you're a founder, what's the next layer? And make sure you sort of upskill and strengthen that layer when it comes to culture and values. I think those would be probably the two that I would love to leave the community with. And good luck if you're scaling. Happy to talk and connect afterwards.
With that, I'd like to wrap up. If you guys have any questions, feel free to catch up with Ludmira after this session. Thank you so much, everybody. And yeah, we're good to go.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the event.
Okay, guys, that was a really insightful session, and I think we all learned a lot from it. And I would like to thank both of those speakers a lot for giving us their time. Now, moving on to the next session. Firstly, I would like to invite Hamza Khan from Binance as the moderator of this panel session. Round of applause, everyone. Then, hello. Okay, next I would like to invite Hassan Tariq from World Player League. Everyone, round of applause, please. Then I would like to invite Zain Naqvi from Alter. Everyone, round of applause, please. And lastly, but certainly not the least, Mustafa Jamal from V3.
Hello. Can you guys hear me in the back? Or is it okay? All right, cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome to today's first panel. We're actually talking about a very interesting topic, which is Web3 and the opportunities it presents, joined by a very esteemed and expert panel, I would say, on the topic matter. Some introduction before we begin is that we're living currently in an era where blockchain and the decentralized web is transforming industries and businesses alike. This decentralized web currently is pictured to be at around $30 billion in total market cap, and a recent report states that by 2030 it's going to be at least fivefold that volume. This industry obviously is nascent, and some may say it's not growing at the rate it should be. But we are here today to explore some of the challenges and the opportunities it actually presents. Gentlemen, the panel is set to be for 20 minutes, so I'd appreciate if all of our responses are catered for 2 minutes each. The idea is to have a free-flowing conversation, and so feel free to add on to another speaker's point. With that, I turn to our excellent panel. Firstly, we're joined by Hassan Tariq, who comes from investment banking background, and is now being committed to advancing the future of gaming after founding his company called World Player League. Thank you for joining. Secondly, we're joined with Zain Naqvi. Zain Bhai is someone I've interacted with quite a bit on his journey, within startups, design, and led him to co-founding Alter, which has made his name since then synonymous with the word NFTs within Pakistan. It's always a pleasure to share a stage with an Ashtian. And last but not least, Mustafa Jamal, who's been in the Web3 space for quite a number of years now, and is currently spearheading his own startup called V3, focused on the 3 elements that he finds closest to: Web3, gaming, and AI. Thank you also for joining us. With that, I'd love to put the first question on the floor, and feel free to answer in any order if you like. First question is, what are the most promising use cases of Web3 technology, and how are they currently being implemented in your view? Let's start with you, Hassan.
Hello, can you hear me, guys? Yeah. Okay, so thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and it's great and honor to be here. It's a great question. Obviously, like we can speak a whole day on it, but I would like to keep brief on it. So the potential use cases, like we have seen, like how GameFi and DeFi has already proved in the last couple of years. Back in the bull run, like these two narratives have already been very successful. Like we have seen how TVLs have been increasing every day and in DeFi space, and how play-to-earn gaming and the platforms and like on-chain gaming has been very successful. There has been some experiments by different groups, and some were successful, some were the failures from the economy side, but we have been improving every day. The new use cases that I actually think that could be emerging ones in the Web3, it's going to be tokenization of the real-world assets, and this is going to be huge because one of the major player in US, like BlackRock, who's actually filing the ATF right now, he has like already commented on this market. Like it's a huge addressable market, and some surveys have showed that like it's around 17 to 20 trillion dollar market to be addressed, and we are literally at zero right now. So I think this is going to be a new trend. Like you can imagine a real estate to be tokenized, and you are actually earning the fraction of the properties, like in different forms, and you are gaining the yield in an automated way on the smart contracts, on the marketplaces. And moving on, I think SocialFi and some user-generated content space is actually picking the spark right now. Like user-generated content is like where actually there's an interoperability and there's a creator economy in the gaming space, and where players and the communities are actually participating in the formation of NFTs, and they are being rewarded for that, like either financially or in the economy overall. So I think these are the new emerging ones.
Hey, I hope everybody can hear me. All right. I mean, adding on to what Hassan was saying, user economy is going to grow massively. It's already growing. We are looking at the common things that most people talk about, which are gaming and fractionalization of real estate. But fashion, luxury goods, and lifestyle are the next big tangents that I personally see happening, because those are things that already have huge markets, irrespective of the economic conditions. Luxury good market is a whole different ball game. Even in Pakistan, a place that we have been struggling economically, but luxury goods are still doing well. And once that starts happening, it's gonna move further. And one thing that I would like to talk about, just building upon what we was previously talking about, was that right now we're in like a sort of a follower mode. So if one thing happens in the West, that's when Hong Kong adopts it, that's when Pakistan adopts it, that's when India adopts it. But that is changing. So I guess in like 3-4 months, the use cases will be more diversified, specifically coming out of South Asia and Africa.
No. Hi. So, building on to what these gentlemen just said, I believe Web3 actually has a huge number of unexplored use cases still. Firstly, it's a replication of everything that exists on Web 2. It must come onto Web 3 because Web 3 is essentially an infrastructure for the new internet. And well, is going to be so massive in Web 3 because simply the fact that all your game assets, everything that you earn within a game, your time is spent. Web 3 is actually a method for your time to be converted into real value. Why? Because you actually own all these assets. So for example, if I'm a Dota player, I love gaming. If I play on Dota and I earn this skin, right? I'm restricted to that platform, and I cannot really sell it in any other platform. It's not platform agnostic. The fact that Web3 enables gaming to become platform agnostic is massive. So I believe, aside from all these use cases that we've already discussed, this big game that we've seen, the number of daily active users is still a joke when you compare to games like Minecraft or other big titles out there, Fortnite. But one other thing I actually like to add on to this as well is you mentioned brands, right? So I believe what Zain earlier mentioned, gaming is going to have a big intersection with fashion. It's about immersive experiences, and that again is unexplored territory right now. And I believe gentlemen like these they're actually exploring how to really capture value within that, and make it more futuristic. We're going to be seeing Apple's new XR vision device coming out. That is going to change the game again. So these are exciting times indeed, because every single year the game is kind of like just changing and changing and changing. It's about how fast can we keep up with it.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we won't have to wait long given your work on the subject matter for Pakistan. GameFi being a subset of the DeFi ecosystem in general. Hassan, I'll bring the question back to you talking about DeFi. How do you think individuals and existing businesses can and take advantage of decentralized finance as well?
Okay, so like there are a couple of things. Like if you talk about the businesses, they can actually have a lot of opportunity from the liquidity side. Like they can actually have the alternate route to raise the fundings, doing the IDOs, tokenizing their IP or company or whatever their business is doing, and furthermore, like they can actually have more engaging community, more loyal users for their company and project or brand or whatever they are doing in the businesses. And I think like there's a lot of opportunity, like you can actually scale that economy in multiple ways from the business side. And for the individuals, obviously there is opportunity to invest whatever the amounts you guys can afford, and obviously making some profits, the projects you believe in, participating in the IDOs and all that stuff, like lending, borrowing, a lot of other opportunities in the DeFi space. So I think like there are like infinite use cases around that, and we are still very early, and we are just beginning with it. And like we have seen like how ecosystems have grown in the TVLs. People are actually very much involved in this lending, borrowing, and assets through smart contracts in the blockchain. So which is secured, obviously transparent, and it's very preventing the fraud thing. So I think this is my answer.
Yeah, one of the things that's really discussed when talking about DeFi or specifically in NFTs is creator economy. I think you, Zenbai, being very familiar with this ecosystem, do you think individuals really benefit from this sort of creator economy that we're developing in DeFi?
I think something that we saw specifically during the last boom cycle was also that there were multiple types of people working in this domain. When you're talking about creator economy, it's not just the creator who's benefiting. It's also his team. It's also the work that is being done on the periphery. So if you're talking about a game, it doesn't just take one person to build it. There's like, designers, actors, producers, 3D artists and so on. So when we are in this, sort of branch of DeFi, I think it's important to keep in mind that in some industries, you do not need to go out and join them directly. Rather see what other opportunities they are, coming up with, and become a part of that. Becoming a part of that, discussion is more important. The money will flow. It will eventually come. I mean, not to, go into a caveat, but that's what usually happens, that we start running behind the money, and that's where the main focus shifts. So when you're entering, you need to understand what kind of work is being done and who you're going to sell to. You wouldn't go to a Kavali and ask a Kaval to sing, rock for you. So just know what you're going for and you'll do fine.
Yeah, agreed. I think obviously we've talked about a lot the opportunities that it has, individuals, businesses, but everything, when you're talking about money, everything comes with risk, right? When talking about these same individuals and businesses, what are some of the risks you see Web3 carrying forward that we need to address in the near future, and something we'll eventually need to address down the line with decentralized finance taking over the world?
I think, my friend here is a much better person to answer that, but there's just one tiny thing that I would like to add is, it's the geographical inclusion that I think that has shifted, because the flow of ideas from east to west and west to east has been very different in, let's say, for example, fashion, art, music, and in Web3, right now it's pretty similar. It's like the flow is happening from both sides. So that's a huge opportunity to look into.
So there's one thing I always like to say in this, risk ke saath risk aata hi hai. So it's an inseparable equation. But I think one of the biggest risk factors is just uncertainty. It's fear. I say that as a risk because it's actually holding back everyone right now. It's unexplored territory. So जाहिर सी बात है कि नई चीज में घुसने में घबराहट तो होती है थोड़ी सी. And when you combine that with just an economic downturn all over the world, there's a lack of planning and there's a lack of actual direction. So essentially what we don't have in this space is no examples to look up to. And there's too many failures as well. But then, to be honest, that's literally what the dot-com bubble was, right? There were massive number of failures, but then the Googles, the Amazons, the Facebooks, everything emerged. It takes its time. It was over a decade before these things became really, really mainstream. So we're just in the very nascent phases of Web3 right now. And we've just seen the infrastructure that's really built out. So the key risk factor here is knowing where this space is heading and a lack of knowledge. So that must be mitigated by again, gaining true knowledge within this space. I know this is not precisely a risk factor, but I believe this is something that holds most people back, which is why I present it as a risk factor. It's a risk factor to the lack of growth of the Web3 space.
Yeah, so in your opinion, where is this industry headed? Where is Web3 headed? Which, let's start with which industries are more poised for transformation in the upcoming few years?
So real estate, as mentioned earlier by Hassan, I think that has huge, huge implications. Because, for example, an investor abroad wants to invest in Pakistan, and if they know that their data is secured on the blockchain, it's a big peace of mind because nobody can really change that record. It's immutable. And number two, I see the decentralized aspect also really hitting in hard, because again, as a web developer, for example, Pakistan might have another rate, and you go to another country in the West, it might have another rate. But when you go onto pseudo-anonymous identities on the Web3 ecosystem, and it's decentralized identities, and it's literally your work that's speaking for yourself rather than your identity, I see that as a big opportunity as well.
100%. I'm talking about decentralized. I think one of the key topics within the decentralized world is this formation of an organization. That's called a decentralized autonomous DAO, or DAO for short, sorry, organization. So when talking about this sort of structure and infrastructure, which is sort of separate from that of corporate that we see today, something that has value for everyone within the chain, what do you think are the benefits and challenges of this sort of organization? Start with you.
Yeah, sure. So, like DAOs have gained a lot of traction last couple of years, and we have seen very successful use cases in Web3, especially in gaming space. You can say guilds, in the crowdfunding, and different use cases. So, how does DAOs actually work? So, it's giving you a decentralized autonomous organization culture, not corporate anymore. And you have the community governance where you can actually have a vote from the community. You are actually empowering your community to the platform decision making, and there you go, like when you have that empowerment in the community, so it's more engaged, you are giving the right thing to the user, what they want. So it has been very successful, especially we have seen big success cases in gaming, especially in DAO, and guilds as well. And I think it's the future. We can just, it's going to change our lives, like how it actually impacts our digital lives. And we can just imagine the DAO structures in every use case in future. And yeah, it is here to stay.
Solid, solid. And as we are pressed for time, I would like you gentlemen to take 30 seconds each and help the audience here highlight some notable successes and with real examples that you've seen within the Web3 space that might highlight the potential of this space as a whole.
Sure. So for the success side, I think DeFi has proved really well. I would really like to highlight that, and the gaming as well, because there has been some problems with the economy side in the play-to-earn gaming, like some economies failed due to the single tokenized currency. When you have the play-to-earn, it like supplies outweighing the demand. So there has been some issues, but economies are actually improving, and the power of the digital assets actually here to stay, and it's the future, where you can have the ownership, like you can imagine a PUBG playing, you can have skins, you can actually own in your wallet, because right now you can't, and even at this stage, like people are selling their accounts of Fortnite and PUBG and Counter-Strike skins, right? So when you have that ownership on the secondary marketplace and loyalty, so it's a never-ending creator economy. Think of a virtual world in a 3D space, like what we actually envision the metaverse, and where you have the ability to have interoperability of NFTs, in-game assets, and moving from one game to another. So this is the future we are envisioning from the Web3 side.
I think for me, specifically in a place like Pakistan, where there is this huge number of youth that does not have opportunities, the space that is giving you remote work from home opportunities it's just mind blowing, and the amount of talent that places have. At Alter, like 20-30% of our team is from Karachi. I haven't even met those guys. We've been working for 2 years together. It's my first time here after like 6-7 years, and I'm meeting them tomorrow. So, but we've been working for 2 years, and they're all brilliant people. I think during the boom cycle last year, every second community manager was from Karachi. And right now, even when shout out to the organizers here, that organizing this event during a low time is a huge effort, because I'm also like, we're exploring the events internationally, and har jagah aise hi halat hai, but we are much more optimistic because maybe like we've seen all of this happen before. It's nothing new for us. So yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that talent will trump any economic boom or bust cycle.
Great. So I'll just keep this short. This is actually one of my favorite parts about Web3, success stories. So for me, it's obviously Yuga Labs. It's the way Bored Ape Yacht Club came into being. So it was just a bunch of random people on Clubhouse back in the summer of 2021 going like, ooh, ha, ha, literally. They would do that for hours. Why? Because they had made a shit ton of money and they were bored. So they just got together and started making animal sounds. And that turned out to be one of the biggest success stories, in history across the board. So this is the best part about Web3. It's so random. Success can actually come from any corner. It's about what really clicks. Right time, right place, right concept.
Definitely, and that can be an expression of creativity, as you mentioned, right?
doubt.
So nothing stopping you except to start, and we hope we'll see more success stories from the people in the audience and maybe those that are close to you as well. But thank you all for joining us. That's the end of the session. For any questions, please meet us after the session. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Okay. Okay, guys, thank you so much for such an amazingly informative session. Moving on to the next session, we have a panel discussion of Web3 and the opportunity it presents, moderated by yours only, Mustafa Jamal from V3. Vladimira from Neem again will be joining us for a discussion alongside Taha Anis from the Boring Syndicate.
So, yeah, perfect. So yeah, wow, fun topic. Being vulnerable as founders. Sorry? No,
Yeah,
no, no.
we thought that we were going to talk more Web3 here. Let's be vulnerable.
Well, I'm sure vulnerability is a topic all of us love to discuss, right? Well, let's just dive straight into it.
of NEEM, which is a embedded finance platform empowering other non-financial businesses to provide financial services to their end users.
So we can resume on the question that was.
What was the question?
Well, in a tough environment, how do you deal with certain vulnerabilities that anyone might face in their day-to-day affairs?
I think you will face those vulnerabilities. I mean, you can't deny it. And they sort of hit you when you're not expecting them. Cash flow issues. I mean, Pakistan is a very capital constrained environment for a lot of founders. Most founders we would talk to would be struggling with this aspect of it, and they would think that if we had capital, we would make it. And that's not necessarily true, right? I mean, there are a lot of things around the environment that impact your business. I think the social pressures, right? You go to your uncle who has been in a job for 25 years and you tell them, I'm crazy enough to start an NFT business. And you can all very well know what the conversation would look like. So I think from that social aspect to lack of availability of capital, you as a founder not understanding what it takes to actually build a business from that 0 to 1, doing it for the first time, I think all of that combines into a very precarious situation as a founder.
Fair enough. And how has that been for you?
Yeah, so I relate to what Taha said, maybe just to build on it. I think I was surprised. So I can compare my experience a little bit more in Europe and in the other markets to the experience now 5 years in Pakistan. I think the one thing that surprised me, there were many things that surprised me, but I'll pick two. So one was how much the buzz that is created in the community can really be suffocating for you as a builder and creator. And I think that really hit us hard to the moment that we had to, again, in the team, but also as co-founders, there were moments where we had to say, okay, switch of your LinkedIn. No more LinkedIn for the next 2 months. Just don't read the news. Don't follow all the hype that people share. I think that's a big one that we should put attention into.
Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss. I see a lot of nodding heads that I think that pressure that comes from the people around you and everyone being on the next thing. And also, frankly, the headlines and the posts that we read are always mostly glamorous. So I would love to see more authenticity and actually the real stories come up. So I think one was certainly the impact of the buzz around. And I think the second one was relationship with investors. I have not sort of assumed that it will be as tough as it has been. It literally became a business arm of our business. So, you know, when founders used to have this, and in some parts of the world they still do, like they have a fundraising timeline, and it's like, okay, 3-4 months you fundraise, is a very focused effort, and then for 18 months you are not even thinking. You maybe send a report or two. Of course, you manage your current investors, but you don't fundraise actively. So that was a very different scenario. We suddenly realized that it's nearly like a continuous in parallel journey. So you keep building and you keep seeking funds. And I think I would love maybe later on to go deeper into the investor power dynamic, because being vulnerable, I can tell you stories, and it's horrible that those stories are still happening to us. And I, again, shout out to solo founders, because I felt very privileged to have senior co-founders, and we still went through some experiences that really shook me. So yeah, I think the fundraising experience is really tough for founders. And then the social pressure of the community and LinkedIn.
And by the way, 100% agreed on that part where you want to see real traction. You don't want to see buzzwords. You don't want to see too much hype. You want to see actual real stuff happening. So I can totally sympathize with that. So moving on to our next question. This is a good one. So I like to think of myself as, and all human beings as having a certain amount of RAM, a certain cognitive processing ability that's just limited in an actual quantity, right? So emotions, frustrations, dealing with tough situations, for example, the investor part that you just said, and you perhaps are also maybe on, so we've got a really interesting panel here because, we've got opposing sides of the table sitting together. So I actually want to make it more of a debate style in which, as an investor and as a founder, how do both of you see this, and how do you actually deal with that emotional turmoil? Because I believe I have a very limited RAM capacity, and everyone has a certain RAM capacity. That's the parable I draw. So everyone reaches a certain peak at certain times. So what I'm really interested in hearing is when shit goes through the roof. How do you deal with that kind of situation?
I can tell both when I was a founder and today as an investor in services businesses. Uh, I think as a founder, since we are being vulnerable here, I probably cried tens of times just being a founder because it's hard. And if any of you goes through that expression, just accept it, right? It's part of that journey, right? If you feel down. But on the flip side, I mean, as an investor, when we have a more broader view on things, we see that, I mean, founders love their ideas, right?
Yeah, they do.
They would love that because they've thought about something, it has to work. Even though if they haven't thought about distribution, if they haven't thought about marketing, if they haven't thought about the capital that is required to build such a business, but they would be very, very married to the idea, right? And that I think is probably a benefit being a founder because you're passionate about doing things, but sometimes it works against you because you're too much into it without really thinking about the bigger picture.
So it's okay to cry basically at times as well.
Oh,
I'm
absolutely.
married, I've cried many times.
100%.
And what are your thoughts on
Yeah,
that?
so I had a tough time yesterday. So it's as present as, daily roller coaster. I was actually talking yesterday to someone that, I was talking to yesterday about something, but it reminded me of something an investor said. So I'll tell you what the investor said. We had a call with an investor from US, and he was saying, he was being sort of vulnerable, and he was saying like, oh my God, like we're going through this roller coaster, like, months on months, it keeps changing. And we were sitting there as his co-founders, and we'd say, what are you talking about months on months? For us, it's like day on day, if not, morning to evening, right? So I think the intensity of the emotional, again, roller coaster, or the changes that you have to navigate, and a lot of that is new for us, is there. Stop. I would encourage each one of us to, one, as you said, first is the awareness. So even awareness and acceptance. To start being realistic about the fact that it's actually not okay to pretend one of our partners who is a founder here in Islamabad in a successful business, and he was actually asking us, like, is it okay for me to show vulnerability to my team? And he very genuinely asked that they'll start seeing me that I'm weak. And I want to completely break that myth. Actually being vulnerable and human as a founder to your team creates a safe space for them to show up in a human way. And to be honest, so we know with each other, with Taha, we even collaborated on a business together, and I think we saw each other being vulnerable. So in a way, I think to your question, the emotional regulation that you have to work on, it's work, but it starts just by saying, yes, this is part of me as a human, as a leader. It's a tough journey. I mean, if you want to do something easy, I mean, don't pick entrepreneurship. It's certainly tough, but it's super, super rewarding. But it's nearly now we're trying to work on how do we embed the work on yourself as part of your operating system as a founder. And I think it's a
That's
must.
very insightful. Thank you for that. Because yes, as we're human beings, and it's okay to express emotions at times. So we have only, I think, 4 minutes left on our panel, which is why I'm saving one of the best questions for last. And this is about empathy, rather a lack of empathy. Because this is a situation that we as human beings really deal with oftentimes in our lives. Be it within the business dealing, sometimes, problems at home come towards work. And sometimes we feel that, there's a certain lack of empathy, and we kind of just go back into our corners. And that's something I think all human beings go through. How do you guys deal with that? Why don't you go first?
I was thinking about the situation that happened yesterday, which really triggered me, and it was actually with my two other co-founders. And it then carried out with me throughout the whole day. And I think I was reacting with a compulsion in the moment because you are triggered, right? Something really touches your weak spots, And I think in that moment you are unable to identify, and then you show up in a certain way that you then in a later, let's say later in the day, you reflect on the behavior and you're like, oh my God, man, that was a little bit shameful, right? I shouldn't probably have done that. But I think coming to your question, why I'm saying this is that in that moment, when you are triggered, I was lacking all kinds of empathy. I was unable to actually feel or try to put myself into the shoes of the people who are sitting on the other side of the table, which in that case were my two co-founders. I think one, when it happens to you, be kind to yourself, because there is also a process of getting out of that cycle. And maybe for you, it might happen in the evening on that day when you have a walk and you can reflect on it. And then you can have a conversation with your partner or your co-founder or your parent or whoever that is, or your team member, and actually come from a place of empathy to say like, hey, I'm sorry. And I try to now I'm able to actually understand where you were coming from. But I think sometimes what happens is that when we are in that triggered moment, we are maybe even too harsh on ourselves by saying, hey, I should have done that and this. And I think it's tough. So I would, maybe my message would be, start from yourself, learn who you are, be kind to yourself. It's a tough journey. There's a lot of stresses out there. And when it sometimes happens that you come across in a way that you don't feel really proud about, it's okay. You can always apologize, go back, and have a moment of reflection.
So we all make mistakes. It's important to make up for them
Realize
and realize.
make up for
What are your opinions on that, Taha?
I think for the empathy piece to happen, you need to give yourself time. And as founders, you're always on the go. You're thinking that I'm playing a T20 match and I just need to go hard at this, right? And I think one of my biggest learnings as an entrepreneur is the fact that it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And for you to actually be in that zone to empathize with anyone requires you to reflect. And for that, you need to always have these slow down periods being a founder. And you have to realize you're dealing with other people. People will have emotions, they will say things, you won't feel good about them. But only when you have the time to really reflect on them would you be able to respond to them in a better manner.
Brilliant. With that, I think the time for our session is up. Thank you so much. Apologies for putting you on the spot, but I think you guys responded brilliantly to these tough questions. A big round of applause.
How's everyone enjoying the session so far? I feel like it's really informative and really insightful. The next panel discussion will be starting in like 5 minutes, so bear with us, please. Next up, we have a panel discussion on what are brands thinking, moderated by Wasif Rashid. Joining the panel are Wenbo Lee from Huawei and Akif Said from Work Squad.
Hello, Wagme. I think it's working now. I need to keep this away.
Good morning, people. Thank you for joining us. As the host has already introduced, we have Mr. Wenbuli with us and Mr. Akib, and we're going to discuss something that is buzzing currently in the Web3 ecosystem. That is, what are brands thinking? Because we've seen that modern practices of branding have changed vastly, drastically. We've seen new markets emerge, and we've never witnessed such a bottleneck that is being created on the supply end because the demand is so high. Launching a product in 2023 does not necessarily require thousands of dollars of budgets in advertising, in branding. Sometimes it just takes a witty attitude, a microphone, a nice camera, and social media audience. I think we've witnessed case studies like Prime, the energy drink by KSI and Logan Paul. We've witnessed that guy on TikTok and Facebook, the Shelby's legendary shawarma, who says don't forget the Pepsi. So that guy. These brands like these are becoming the case studies for the upcoming generations on how to teach branding to people. So my first question is, how do you think branding philosophies are evolving as we progress in each decade? Mr. Wenbuli.
Okay, so when we talk about the branding, so we always link the digital marketing and those kind of things. You can say in the traditional way, maybe we make a logo, or you can say we maybe deliver some, you can say giveaway, those kind of things. Always put your logo, picture, those kind of things, deliver to all the guys. So this we call, you can say this initial digital marketing. Even have the website, you do the click to get this message. So that one, you can say in the pathways, only the platform, this big platform, first they will get this benefit. And the second, you can say for the traditional logos, people, they are, you can say no, people itself, they are not participant for this one. So come to the Web3, this technology, this we call the decentralized. Actually, the main purpose, you can say, this give the people rights, you own your assets. So you have the, you can say, authority for your products. Whenever he go to platform 1, platform B, so you will enjoy that one. So in this case, I think future, people will thinking, when you can say, watch some, you can say, ads, or you can say, I share some picture, how should I, myself, you can say, get benefit for this one? They will have the interaction with our personal guys with this branding. So I think this maybe is, you can say, next, you can say, hot topic why people we are encourage this Web3. So this is just my, you can say, ideas.
Nice. Akib, do you have any opinion on this?
Yep. So I think not a lot. So I'm a fan of the fact that not a lot of classical marketing has changed. We still seek awareness. We still seek the same funnel. We still seek the same decision making. The only difference I think in the Web3 economy versus, so I've been around for like 23 years, so I've seen eras of marketing in terms of only newspapers being the key, thing to do. I feel really old telling this, but yeah, there was a time when TV ruled, and there was a time when newspapers used to be the thing, and then you had a lot of time of the things started changing when people started interacting. So I think from a one-way marketing to now a community-based marketing is very, very different from what we've seen. So I think the classic stays in touch. So we follow the same pattern of awareness, purchase decisions, and then the final, decision, or we have new names for it. So I train those new jargon like bottom of the funnel or mid of the funnel or top of the funnel. But the primary premise stays the same. What it has changed though is like because of a bilateral discussion, which never used to happen in marketing. It was usually one ad thrown at all TV channels, everybody sees it, buys it, whatever. when Facebook came in the early days, it was the first time that brand managers or marketing managers felt a little unsafe, a little susceptible, because then consumers can ask those questions that nobody asked you, right? So now in the Web3 economy, it's more open, it's decentralized. It's also on the fact that if they really want your product, they will be there. If they don't, they won't be around. Uh, so I think it's the last few years of closed marketing. It is in the opening phase, and I think with NFT now, NFT is taking the center stage. I think it's going to change. It's just a matter of time and market size and opportunity.
Actually, we've personally seen that Web2 brands taking the help of Web3 brands and collaborating on something that is unique to their offerings. We've also witnessed Web3 brands taking the help of Web2 brands taking the help of Web3 brands. Like for example, we've seen ASICS, the famous shoe brand, collaborate with the Web3 application StepIn, in order to promote that healthy lifestyle, that fitness lifestyle. We've seen Netflix as a video streaming service in the face of competition in the Web3 space, where Web3 platforms like Myco, you've seen this banner, huge banner on Sharif Faisal, Myco, and Script TV, applications like that actually reward you when you watch the content on their platforms. We've seen Uniswap as an organization sponsoring esports events like the TI, the International of Dota 2, such games. So I believe that the barrier that used to exist between these two domains has been destroyed, or has been overcome by both the communities that used to exist in their separate domains. So is this what the future of branding looks like? Benbuli.
Okay. So if you talk about this one, I want to say something. You can say I can call native advertisement. For example, if you play a game, when you go to some level, you have the, you can say difficult, you can say, to pass this level. Then suddenly give you a video or picture. They say, okay, this is Nike or this is the Coca-Cola. So you may, you can say, have bad feeling, right? But instead of this one, for example, if the fitness game, so he can naturally put the, you can say, naked shoes or Adidas clothes put to the, you can say, these players. So for those kind of, you can say, it will not harmful your feeling. So you think this ad is more nature. Maybe even in this game, there have a big board. You can put the digital board in your virtual, you can say, words. We say metaverse, those kind of things. So this one, you can say, it will make you smoothly and easy accept this advertisement. So those, you can say, somehow you change the previously, you can traditionally advertisement through banner or some top-up video for screen, those kind of things. This is just my opinion. Yeah.
What do you think, Agif?
So I think it is the fact that, whenever a new technology comes in, there's a consumption pattern that the customer has or the consumer has. I think the biggest thing that I've seen is like the early days of, and I still tell people, a lot of younger people here would relate to it. It's like, when you do offline marketing in the world of TV, you always aspire to be doing digital campaigns because somehow you like them, because you don't do them. And then you look at the digital side where kids are only doing digital marketing. They look at TV to be like that big thing that one day they would do this, right? It's the Super Bowl ad, right? So a ClickUp in US did an ad in Super Bowl, a collaborative platform running an ad in Super Bowl. So I think it's Web3, Web2 is also like the same. So it is like when you don't do it, you strive for it. When you're doing it, you strive for the other side. So I think they are learning the basics because, at the end of the day, it is the delivery that makes a difference and the market sizing that makes a difference. Everything is utilizable. So I feel it's not that websites are over, and it's not that, you don't have, mobile apps anymore, or you don't have any collaborative platform. Or it is also wrong to say that the economy wasn't collaborative, because social media showed up like 10, 12 years ago. So the economy was collaborative, it was there. It's this now phase is where people would have to agree in a decentralized fashion and say we're okay. And that's something new, and that's where I think the bigger question comes in is the branding of the service provider, the branding of the manufacturer itself makes a huge difference. Like you can expect certain brands to be at this event, but you can also expect certain brands never to be here, although they have the funds, they have the talent, but they're not here, right? So that means that they haven't given that required importance to a platform which is upcoming and budding. So they will learn from each other. So I think a lot of design work in the space of Web3 is inspired by classic artists. So it's not that you say that art is gone. No, it has taken a new shape, right? So Bored Apes to other NFTs now are just representation of art, but in a different format where we all as community agree that this is good, right? It's like the crypto boom, right? So we all have to agree to be it that way. So I think it's a good borrowing and lending from both ends, and that's how it's going to be, I think.
I truly agree with the fact that I think it's high time that both of these communities come together with the hopes of new progress to be made in this uncharted territory. Okay, so we've seen that the conventional practice, that is the marketing team and the branding team, that is usually in-house for a lot of product-based companies, a lot of services-based companies, but the introduction of Web3 in this whole scenario requires it to be more decentralized. Like, for example, if our company is providing security audits for one particular client, that security audit is, a green flag for the community that, okay, this renowned organization has successfully audited this particular protocol, or just performed security testing on their particular application. Similarly, in the case of design, when it comes to an NFT collection, there are a lot of community members who are focused on the fact that, okay, this whole collection has been designed by this particular agency or this particular designer. The guy that used to work on that used to be the designer of XYZ anime, or something like that. So what do you think is the role of such design or branding agencies as a design shop to be able to address to this requirement, so that product-based companies or services-based companies like us do not have to build that talent in-house? What do you think about that?
So I'm a big fan of distributed teams. Anyways, like during the beginning of COVID, the first amount of money that was cut off from channels was marketing. Unfortunately, I got laid off. A lot of people I know in 2020 got laid off. At mostly marketing teams, unfortunately, from marketing budgets to marketing teams, and then eventually marketing altogether. Right? And then a couple of smart companies figured out that how do you market during COVID, and how do you utilize distributed learning, sharing, making platforms for collaborative learnings and stuff. And a lot of co-creation kind of happened at that time, during that time. That the problem is that whenever a new technology comes in, there aren't any suppliers available in Karachi, or in Pakistan in general. If you go to look for Web3 marketing agencies, I doubt you'll find a lot, right? So you'll only find a couple of them, and that too, it's a figure of speech as well. But those people have to come from somewhere, right? So these people have backgrounds, right? They have backgrounds in Group M or companies which have been creating, talent for Pakistan in terms of advertising. JWT is the word, and there's a lot of talent which would migrate to delivering these services in the future. The problem is that there isn't any base, where you kind of, teach people like the migration from a Web 2 based mindset to a Web 3 based mindset. The problem is that we make it sound so jargony and technically difficult that a lot of people don't take that jump, right? So even when you research and try to study on tokenized marketing, and there's so many words that it's difficult to remember them. And I kind of tell people, like, if you go to a website today, and all of my friends who are media planners would get this. It's like ATF. So you use a term called ATF and BTF. You say above the fold and below the fold. But the funny thing, instance is that this term is a newspaper term. It's not a website term. It's a term that was used for newspapers. So when they were open, you will close them and you say, this is the above the fold. And when you open the fold, that's below the fold, right? So the same problem happens in Web3 now. So the terms are same, but they've been jargonized. So CRO is something not specific to Web3 agencies. CRO is something that we all do, conversion rate optimization, right? So it's been happening for years. There are trainings, programs, people doing this. So I think it's also the fact that we are not creating that kind of resource base that understands in a local context and a very relatable content. Like what do I need to change or learn to get into Web3? And that question, I think, goes unanswered because there are no programs, there aren't any schools or any workshops where it is something that people can just learn, not for the sake of, sorry to say this in a social event, but not for the sake of social media and not for the sake of a couple of pictures and a graduating ceremony and a mixer or whatever you call it. But let's do it like genuinely. Like actually, if you really want people to take that stride, people also need to invest. Number one, so people think it's free money, anybody can learn anything. Yeah, the economy is free, but trust me, you can't learn anything. It takes a while to get an expert or someone who can guide you that this is how it's done, right? So I think it is a faction of the fact that newer agencies and they find difficulty in the sense of brand building. So if you're a new technology company and you don't have a portfolio, which you won't in the beginning, because if I want to do Web3 marketing, I need to rely on my experience of 20 years and apply the fact that I know this, so you're in good hands, right? But I haven't done any Web3 projects, so sure, like I'll do that. Like I've never made an ad 20 years ago, but I made one and then I made 50, and so I would have to do it once to get it right. So I think in the servicing sector and the competency on the brand team side matters a lot. So you wouldn't see a lot of companies. Like if I ask, how many of Web3 campaigns have people seen from Pakistani brands? Anyone can raise their hand and tell me a campaign. Like, and I'm not challenging. I'm saying maybe I don't know. So, but I only heard about Dove, in the last 2 years, or maybe I'm not part of that fraternity where it happens, and maybe that fraternity is too hidden, or that fraternity is not social. But yeah, things like you mentioned the shawarma guy, you mentioned the Pepsi guy, we all know them, right? So this is how you know this, right? At the end of the day, um, it needs to have some ground up learning for people to correlate and enter this industry. Like the people who have taken time out on a Saturday here, makes a statement that you really want to do this. Otherwise, people wouldn't come in on Saturday and Sundays to attend this.
Makes perfect sense. It needs to be addressed with a razor sharp focus because eventually, if we see that if we're left behind as a country in this race of technological advancement, where uh, where we as a country cannot take this particular stance of Web3 because our government is not assisting in the whole process. But regardless of that, it's the age of social media. Anyone can do anything, and that is the power of social media. Thank you so much, Wenbuli. Thank you, Akib, for your feedback, and thank you guys for listening and joining. Thank you so much.
Hello.
That was such a nice session, and I guess we learned. I'm pretty sure everyone learned a lot from it. Next up, we have a keynote session on the topic Web3, gaming, AI, and future of communication. And our keynote speaker is Rizwan Nusrat from Brashna.
Guys, is this working? Yes? Everyone can hear me? I'll just rest my phones here, so there is no disturbance. Okay. Can we have the presentation, please? How's everyone? Big turnout, huh? Yeah? Enjoying the event? No? Sorry? Hopefully, yeah. It's a niche market anyways. So, guys, should I wait for you guys to settle down? Let's treat it like a classroom. Yeah? Okay. Hello, everyone. Tech enthusiasts, fellow innovators. We stand at an intersection of Web3, gaming, AI, and communication. The only limit right now is our imagination. Agreed? Yeah? Guys, please let's just keep it here, okay? And the potential for innovation is endless. I am Rizwan Nusrat, the Chief Operating Officer at Grid, a US-based tech startup. And in the next few minutes, we'll be going through the journey or the future of communication, which is basically united by Web3, AI, gaming, and storytelling. Now that the introduction is out of the way, let's jump into a few definitions. So, Web3 is the decentralized internet of the future, a fertile ground where every interaction is a step towards rewriting the dynamics of the digital realm. Did anyone get it? Let's break this down. So, let's take an example of a city, basically. With Web 1.0, what happens is that you can see the structures, you can see the buildings, but you cannot interact with them. You cannot touch them. Then came Web 2.0. What happened with Web 2.0 was that the same city, it developed a few cafes, shops, restaurants. Now you could actually go in there, interact, buy stuff, and actually engage with other users, or in our scenario, or in our example, citizens. Then Web 3 came in. That is when we sprinkled magic dust onto the city. And what happened was that now you could interact, buy, transact, and take action without there being a central authority. And every action that you took could be verified and could be based on trust. So it's safe to say that the foundations of Web3 were actually based on trust. If we move forward to the next definition, so gaming is not just a mode of entertainment, but a dynamic canvas where stories unfold, skills are honed, and realities are reshaped. Everyone knows what gaming is, won't dive deep into it, but games allow us to take on separate roles, take on separate, different challenges, and picture it like an interactive playground where you are the primary action taker. The next one being, of course, AI. AI is the invisible maestro, orchestrating symphonies of logic, learning, and limitless possibilities. Again, let's break it down. Take the example of riding a bike. You fall, you get up, you ride it again, you fall again. It's a learning process. With AI, it's a computer that's doing the same. It's learning over time. The computer is being fed tons of data, and with that data, it's able to take decisions, make predictions, analyze, and at the same time make suggestions as well. The evolution of communication, games, Web3, and AI. It's crazy, amazing, and interesting to note that a lot of crazy progress has been made in these mediums, communication, games, Web3, and AI, and it has been during our very own lifetime. Let me take you back to the time of 1980s, when the first Pac-Man came out. Sleepy, are we? No worries. So Pac-Man was basically the OG of snackable content. From arcade games, we came into single-player games like Super Mario, Sonic, which could be played on consoles. And then we ventured into multiplayer games, your Mortal Kombat, your Need for Speed, and Street Fighter series. And now we stand at online multiplayer gaming, basically which rolls around your COD, your PUBGs, your GTAs, now we're venturing even more into technology with gaming, with Web3 being integrated, metaverse being integrated, virtual technology being integrated. Basically, we stand at a point where we're stuck in a content frenzy of snackable entertainment, basically. Let me dive into the story of Grid, our story, basically. So I vividly remember this phone call that I received from my sister 7 years back, who is now the founder of Grid, Mariam Nusrat. I thought it would be a usual phone call between a brother and a sister. We would talk about how's the day going on and family stuff, basically. She's all excited and she says, I've got the best business idea. Not the best, but maybe an amazing business idea. And she's like, what do you think about developing games for education and purposeful communication? And that marks the start of Grid. She had it all figured out. She knew which technology we would work on. She knew what topics we would cover, and she knew which audience we would be targeting. That basically started the initiation of Grid, where we started functioning as a gaming studio, creating games on menstrual hygiene, discrimination, topics that usually you would not talk about in your everyday conversation, or usually they would be printed on a pamphlet. We also ended up gamifying curriculum for schools and for certain subjects. A few years and a few contracts into this model, and we realized, basically she realized, that this was not a scalable model. This was not scalable for us. This was not scalable for the clients, and this was not scalable for the audience that we were targeting. So the solution, basically Rational.io, a no-code gaming platform that gives the power to the user to create games within minutes, actually, without writing a single line of code and without the prerequisite of any design skills. The journey that we've been through basically started off as a gaming studio, and now we have a portfolio of Web 2, Web 3, and AI products. I'll be diving deep into them in a minute. So the objective basically with our products is to give power to the user to create content and tell their stories through gaming, basically. Rational.io, the no-code game maker. this is our Web 2 product. It allows you, as I said, to create games within minutes. No design dev skills required. Drag and drop 20 templates. Create a game on whatever topic you want. You want to create a game for, all of you guys are young, I don't know how many of you have kids there, but you want to create a game for your cousin on math. He's having difficulty in a math subject. Go create a game for him or her on Breshna. It will help them out. Excuse me. You can create games on social topics. You can create games on entertainment, trivia, religion, all that. Giving the power to the user. Breshna Bliss, that's our AI game creator. So if you think creating games through no code was easy and fast, picture this. You get a text, you get a prompt window rather. You put in tags in it, you put in suggestions. You tell the AI generator to create a game on a certain topic, the kind of backgrounds you want to use, the theme you want to keep, the collectibles, non-collectibles, and within seconds, it generates a game for you. The Web3 Breshnaverse, own and monetize the carnival theme metaverse. This is where you start creating money through a token economy, launching this month in October, inshallah. And we are providing greater power to the user where they can display their games on carnival stands. They can host competitions. Sorry, guys. And at the same time, make money out of it. So it is a monetization model that we're following. So can I get a water bottle, please? A fresh one. Thank you. Breshna basically stands at the center of 4 exploding tech trends. Thank you. You've heard this term throughout my talk, the snackable entertainment. Sorry, guys. So what does it mean by snackable entertainment? Basically, the TikToks and the social media, the reels that we go through every day, that's snackable entertainment. Quick. You're consuming content on a quick basis. Unfortunately, this has led to some ADD amongst our generations. But yeah, like most of you are bored. This guy's been talking for the past 10 minutes. What is he on? But I want to see a reel, 30 seconds. Let's go. But anyways, this is what Breshna capitalizes on. Breshna.io, in other words, can be termed as the TikTok and the Canva for video games. No-code AI-powered creativity. AI was covered under Breshna Bliss. That's where you basically give the AI platform inputs. It generates a game for you. Purposeful gaming. We always thought games would be used for entertainment. This is a new angle. Purposeful education, informative gaming, and you try bringing in a change through the game development process. Last but not least, the metaverse madness. Everyone's talking about it. Breshna, the Web2, Breshna.io, Web2 will evolve into Web3, where you'll have a carnival-themed metaverse. You'll be able to interact with your friends, host competitions, and at the same time, make money through the token economy. All this, the complete story, where does it boil down to? So we stand at, where do we stand? We have raised $2.5 million in seed funding from strategic capital investors, namely Paris Hilton, Randy Zuckerberg, the Blockchain Founders Fund, and the Bill Ackman's family office. As far as the product is concerned, we stand at 155,000 creators, 140,000 games created, and over 2.8 million clicks that the games have received. In conclusion, guys, Our mission is to empower the next 100 million to tell their stories through video games. Let's create a future where creativity runs wild, where gaming has a purpose, and where everyone is a storyteller. Thank you for being game. Do we have time for questions or no? Okay.
Does anybody have questions? Well, that was super informative. Thank you for dwelling into the world of video games. Now, our next keynote session is by Sir Mustafa Jamal again, and we're going to be talking about rallying with the tech community.
Hello everyone, and assalamu alaikum. Today I want to talk to everyone about something that really resonates close to me, and I want to keep a big focus on Web3. And today's topic is rallying with the tech community. My name is Mustafa, by the way. Most people in the space know me as MJ. And I've been in the Web3 space for over several years now. I've worked with many different protocols. I've had the privilege of traveling the world, exploring a lot of different conferences. And I gotta say, Pakistan has, I think, some of the biggest potential in terms of true Web3 adoption. And today I really wanna talk about how we can leverage that. And for that, a community definitely needs to be rallied around a certain cause. So let's get right into it. Can we go into the next slide? So what is Web3? I'm just gonna go quickly over what Web3 is, right? Essentially, Web3 is the foundation of an entire new internet. Web3 differentiates itself from Web2 primarily via the way data is stored. So data is stored on the blockchain, and it's got three core functionalities in the way it's stored. It's immutable, it's decentralized, and it's transparent. So what the immutable aspect means is that, let's say if I have a certain land record and that's stored on the blockchain, nobody can challenge that because it's a verified entry on the blockchain. It's the very nature of blockchain. And it's transparent because there's on-chain activity, and it's decentralized in nature. That means no one party is actually responsible for authorizing that data. There are multiple parties involved in whatever the nature of that transaction is. So what does this mean for possibility? I just want to start imagining the possibilities that unlock for communities, and this is all from the way data is actually stored. Because historically, in all legacy infrastructure-based systems, data is usually stored by a central authority. When you take that power of data and you spread it across different channels, you spread it across different vendors, different stakeholders, it just changes the game altogether. We had a previous panel session in which, there was a topic that was mentioned. What are some of the opportunities in Web3? And we spoke about real estate, we spoke about gaming, we spoke about fashion, and digital immersive experiences. How do you guys think all of this is actually enabled? How is this possible? It's because of the way data is actually stored on the blockchain. That is literally how simple the entire concept is. And if we truly understand what that means, the mind just starts running. I mean, there's a whole other ball game that really goes onto a whole different tangent. Perfect. So how can the tech community leverage this opportunity of a lifetime? So I'm sure there's a lot of people who have perhaps already dabbled into Web3. There's a lot of people who might be doing a different kind of a startup. But one thing I want to be very certain about, and I want to clarify, is that Web3 is far greater than just opening an account on an exchange and doing trading or something. Web3 means being part of the new internet and being part of all these concepts that are emerging within. So how are some of these concepts being fueled? I want to take everyone through some of these amazing projects that are out there. And these projects, some of them do start in centralized in nature, but they essentially transition to a decentralized nature. And that is how decentralized autonomous organizations, that is DAOs, are really born. Now, DAOs are, by the way, an amazing thing. Like, if I was to give an example of what a DAO is, I would say you fill a room up with people and you just give them a task and now you've got to fight for it. So we're in that very early stage of what a DAO is. It's random people across the world with random identities who do not even know each other. ये सब इकट्ठा होके एक जगह एक डिस्कॉर्ड के सर्वर में आ जाएंगे या टेलीग्राम पे आएंगे या ट्विटर के ऊपर भी आ जाएंगे and they start collaborating on what kind of work can be done. And this is one of the core essences of what Web3 is that मुझे ज़रूरी नहीं है कि मैं आगे वाले इंसान को जानूं वो कौन है क्या नहीं है काम सामने है who can contribute to this work. If anyone has the skill set, they can simply submit an application within a DAO. I don't want to distract within मैं बहुत ज़्यादा distract और different tangent के ऊपर नहीं जाना चाह रहा कि ये सारा Web3 है क्या इसमें opportunity क्या है, because remember our core topic is what are the opportunities in Web3, right? How can we rally the tech community behind Web3? उसके लिए obviously it's important to understand first what it is. Back previous slide again. So the reason I say it's an opportunity of the lifetime is because there's going to be all sorts of companies that will be coming into Web3. I want to take you on an example. For example, has anyone heard of the Graph protocol? So the Graph protocol is basically an indexing service जो कि सारा data ये लेती है across different blockchains, it aggregates it. So different decentralized applications don't really have to fetch that data individually. So it's sometimes referred to as the Google of blockchains. फिर आ गया एक Steam network. Steam network is a decentralized social media network with rewards and incentivizations directly on chain. फिर आ जाती है Axie Infinity. It's a huge play to earn game जिसने अपनी फिर eventually एक Ronin chain, एक side chain भी निकाल दी जिसके ऊपर other games can actually come on board and start building things. So all of these big concepts, they're being replicated in a way, and there are also new concepts that are coming in. And how a tech community can really rally behind this is simply by becoming part of it. You start leveraging the economic opportunity that this new space has to provide, and essentially आपकी एक ग्रास रूट्स लेवल से एक ऑर्गेनिक तरीके से एक नई कम्युनिटी फंक्शन खड़े होने लग जाता है. It's kind of this thing that we're doing at V3 as well. So by the way, I didn't introduce myself in the beginning of what my company and what I do. So I'm the founder of a startup, and our mission is to enable millions and millions of Pakistanis to truly be able to leverage the economic opportunity presented within 3 core verticals, which is AI, Web3, and gaming. Because I feel that we believe that all these 3 verticals, they intersect, and well, it's going to be basically changing the entire game as we go on year after year after year. So can we go to the next slide now? So, hello. I've already dived into a few examples, but I'm just going to go into a few more. Gaming, Web3 gaming is actually the next big thing, because gaming is now not just gaming anymore. Gaming is about immersive experiences. It's about building metaverses. It's about building corporate experiences. It's about having all activity on chain and having the democratization of assets. Because when assets are truly in the hands of the players and the creators, they can get directly compensated for it. So now let's say that there's a community of gamers in Pakistan. Pak Gamer Forum, if anyone's heard about it, it's a very big one. It's one of the oldest ones. So Pak Gamer Forum में ठीक है, typically people would come up, they would ask questions कि यार gaming का ये है या एक gang बना लेते हैं या clan बना लेते हैं और CS के ऊपर ये tournament कर लेते हैं. But then that's all because it was limited via what Web2 could enable us to do. अब अगर यही model हम लेके Web3 के अंदर ले आते हैं, essentially these people can start getting together. आप मिलके game asset बना सकते हैं. आप एक बड़ी सी मेटावर्स के अंदर जाके कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. The community votes on what our assets are good, what do we want to pay for, and as that group of gamers who is also playing a game, you can just simply start contributing to that game itself. You don't have to formally apply to a company कि यार मुझे यहाँ नौकरी मिल जाए तो मैं ये काम शुरू करने लग जाऊँ, मुझे एक मंथली सैलरी मिले. नहीं, आपके पास 2 हफ्ते कोई एक टाइम निकल रहा है. You can simply go and start applying to some of these forums, and you can just say, you know what, I can do this within 2 weeks. I'm going to do it. And if you get approved, bam, that's it. So this is just amazing in the way it's just unlocking so many infinite opportunities. आप लोग imagine करें कि ये कोई limitation नहीं है, कोई formal processes नहीं है, कोई nobody even needs to know your name. Like you can just have a nickname. A lot of people in the Web3 space don't even know my real name. MJ के नाम से अगर वो चल रहा हूँ, so I don't have to. Why? Because मेरा काम मेरे लिए बात करेगा. Your work speaks for you. And Web3 essentially allows you to do that directly. And then let's go on to decentralized applications. I spoke about the Graph protocol. I spoke about Steam. And there are thousands and thousands and thousands of others right now. DeFi के अंदर अगर आप चले जाएं, real estate के अंदर चले जाएं, again fashion and आपका medicine के अंदर चले जाएं, supply chain के अंदर चले जाएं, fintech, the list is limitless. And you know what the best part is? We're in the very early stages right now. 2017 तक हम लोग ने देखा था पहला infrastructure का stage जहाँ पर platforms बन रहे थे. 2021 to 2023, we're just seeing some of that being fine-tuned. जाहिर सी बात है एक दुनिया भर में एक recession भी आ रहा है. So fluff always has to get cleared. But we are still extremely early. It's like .com bubble के लिहाज से मैं compare करूँ, we're probably what near 2000s. The Googles and the Amazons they actually came after 2005 and 2010. It takes many years for an industry to refine itself. And right now we're barely scratching the surface still. Why? Because इसके बाद यूजर ही नहीं है Web3 के अंदर. आपका पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन गया है, आपका पूरा का पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म्स बन गया है, but the users are still lacking. And what does that tell us? That tells us that we're still early. That means there are still going to be big Googles coming out. There are going to be Amazons coming out, and it's going to happen. And if we're not going to take that, someone else will fill that spot. Can we go on to the next slide? So how does this work really? Again, I actually dived into this a bit earlier in this keynote. This is all possible through the way data is stored and secured and monetized on the blockchain. Once you truly understand the technology behind the Web3 infrastructure, this becomes really easy to understand. Why? Because then you can start coming up with use cases. You can start seeing, okay, you know what, this is a bottleneck, this is a problem in this thing. I love the graph protocol, so I'm going to keep coming back onto it. Like, it was brilliant. They saw a simple problem. It was super expensive for different applications to really fetch data. बहुत ज़्यादा processing power इस्तेमाल होती थी. They simply started aggregating all the data, and they came up with the title that, you know what, we're the Google of blockchains. One other application that I love, it's called the render network. So all of you might have gaming PCs. मेरे पास एक gaming PC है. दिन में क्या 1-2 घंटे खेल लेता हूँ. Majority of the time it remains switched off. I can actually switch on that PC and I can lend out the processing power it has directly onto the internet via the render network. And the render network will basically pay me in RNDR tokens and essentially allow me to monetize something that was idle otherwise. तो मेरा जो कंप्यूटर घर पे पड़ा हुआ है मैं उसके ऊपर बैठे बैठे पैसे बना सकता हूँ. क्यों? क्योंकि वो डायरेक्टली आपके AWS और गूगल क्लाउड से भी compete कर रहा है. वो प्रोसेसिंग और रेंडरिंग पावर ऑनलाइन दे रहा है थ्रू डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड प्लेटफॉर्म. अब अगर मैं गूगल को कांटेक्ट करूंगा, you think Google will say, you know what, yeah, MJ, you've got an amazing PC setup, you know, start contributing to Google's cloud storage. No, that's not going to happen ever. But the render network allows it. And there are similar other networks. Again, this is such a novel use case. So effectively, as a community, once people start gelling together and sharing these concepts, once we have a vibrant economy, we have a vibrant community function, we have got a supporting, just a supporting factor behind it. There's more regulatory clarity. Once these things really pick up, it might also be too late, but at the end of the day, that's where I see the tech community really rallying towards. And that's probably the big need of the hour as well. Can we go on to the next slide? How long do we have in the keynote? Okay. Well, so essentially what V3 is doing is it's trying to enable this community function here in Pakistan. Why? Because we believe this opportunity is a right for everyone. And simply because people don't have the privilege or the access does not mean that they don't deserve it. And this is precisely why I chose this topic, because for us, it's all about community. We want to ensure that people, be it a student completing their final year, or be it an established enterprise who's exploring what the possibilities are in Web3, we want to ensure that message goes out to everyone. So we want to ensure that there's a big community as a social enterprise in which anyone and everyone knows what their right is and how they can truly become a part of all of this. My LinkedIn QR code is up there, by the way. I would love to connect with anyone here interested in talking more about this, because again, this is not a mission or a journey that we want to go through alone. This is something that we want to do with people. this is something we want to do with companies because we believe the pie is absolutely massive. Pakistan's IT exports are what, like $3 billion right now, 3.5. But you compare that to India's and then you compare that to the entire Web3 economy. I mean, it's not even a comparison. We've got a huge, huge potential over here. Man, Pakistan is the 5th largest English-speaking country in the world. बाकी मुल्कों में तो एक बड़ा डिसएडवांटेज होता है उनको अंग्रेजी नहीं आती हमें चलो अंग्रेजी तो आती है बहुत सब मेजॉरिटी लोगों को अंग्रेजी आती है so that alone is a big benefit. So last slide. So yeah, I'm actually going to end it just a bit early to leave the final 2 minutes for any questions from the audience because जाहिर सी बात है कुछ लोगों के सवाल भी होते हैं. But before that, I definitely want to give a big shout out to the NFT Karachi team for making this happen. Because yes, as mentioned earlier in another panel session, during this kind of an economic climate, इस तरह का event करना, it requires guts. But I am really, really glad that it's happening because ये चीजें यहाँ नहीं होंगी तो टेक कम्युनिटी किसी चीज के ऊपर रैली नहीं हो पाएगी. इस तरह के इवेंट्स ही तो हमें enable करते हैं. So anyone has a question? Yes. Oh. How are you? Nice to finally meet you, by the way.
Why not some other protocols as well?
So there's definitely multiple protocols that can be referred to, but my main point here was so that I can just give a parable and example of what is the possibility and what we can really rally behind. The graph protocol is an amazing example. Why? Because they took a very simple problem that exists and they managed to monetize on it, and not only monetize on it, they went platform agnostic. They started with Ethereum and then they moved on to all the other chains, and essentially they are now the go-to indexing platform in which any application can simply fetch their data from it. So it's mostly about a success story because it's always good to compare ourselves with good, amazing success stories so that we can get there. But I'm sure there's going to be many competitors to grab. There are actually. Unmarshal Network is, I think, another one. It's on your exchange. So there's going to be many competitors, and unless those competitors aren't there, it's not going to be a healthy environment. So the whole point of this keynote and the whole point of my message is that why are not we doing the same thing? Why are we over here still just trying to learn about what the country? We don't know maybe where the space is headed, but more importantly, we don't know how things are going to play out over here. But that should not stop us from really innovating and becoming a part of this initiative. So what I want to see is I want to see a graph protocol being built out of Pakistan. I want to see Axie Infinity being built out of Pakistan. I want to see all of these things being built out of here. And trust me, we can do it. Like I've been to many conferences over the last several years. I've seen what people across the globe can do. And it pains me to see that why are we not doing this over here? So unless and until we stop saying that, you know what, हम बेचारे हैं, हमारे साथ ये मसला है, हमारा वो मसला है. Abhi Arzish was telling me the new motto for Future Fest. It's amazing. End of the day, एक challenge है हमारे मुल्क के ऊपर, हमारी economy के ऊपर. But man, we got to stop feeling pity for ourselves and we got to start saying, you know what, challenge accepted. Thank you. And with that, I wrap up my keynote.
Can you guys hear me? So you can hear me there. So I would like to introduce the two speakers. Number one, Mr. Zain Naqvi from Alter, and Mr. Cheyenne Vora from Florence.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's very nice to be here.
Yeah, this don't work.
So, my name is Shaun Vora. I'm the founder and CEO of Fluxora. We are the world's first creative agency that implements the intersection of content artificial intelligence and Web3 for any and all brands. So this is a little bit about me. I've been deep in the trenches of Web3 for the past 3 years, and I actually met Dan over here in BAYC, and we've had some wonderful conversations, and this is actually the first time I'm seeing him in person. So it's the intersection of the digital and the physical world. So take it away, Zan.
I think this is working. Hello, I'm Nft Khi. I'm the co-founder of Alter. We essentially started out as a Web3 agency of sorts, but now, moving on from there, we scaled up into, a sort of a lab, and we work on an equity model. So if you have a product that you want to build, we partner up, we launch that product, and we make money only if you are making money. We solve the biggest problem in Web3, which is, makers making money or early people making money, and, the person who's actually taken all the risks not coming out with any rewards. And yeah, I've done a couple of things, represented Pakistan in a couple of communities globally, and still very deep in the trenches, which are pretty muddy and bloody right now, of Web3, but hoping that things will take a turnaround as soon as, the global economic conditions become a little better. So yeah, that's my intro.
So, like you said, it's pretty muddy right now, and that brings us to the topic of today. Are NFTs dead? And the question is, the technology is not dead, but I think it's undergoing a major transformation, because when NFTs were popping off and going crazy in 2021, and everyone was asking a question, why is this monkey worth $1 million? And it's always coming down to the fact that NFTs are the great unlock, they're the great equalizer. They enable brands to build super fans. I think that's the most efficient way to explain what NFTs do. They enable the development of super fans, because every single brand needs to build community in this day and age, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence and how the internet is continuously getting more and more saturated with the same content. So I truly personally believe that every single brand nowadays will have to establish a creative content strategy to differentiate themselves, to establish a core group of people that truly understand and stand by them, and not only purchase everything they put out, but market it as well. And I think that NFTs themselves enable people to do that, because it's a win-win scenario. If the brand wins, so do you, because the value of your NFT goes up. But it's not like that these days, because as with platforms like Blur, the space has become very trading orientated. Every brand that launches is just an opportunity for the price to go up, for you to sell it, and it becomes a win-lose scenario. So when someone asks me the question, are NFTs dead? I think the simple answer is that they're not really dead, but it is sleeping, because people are sleeping on the tech. What do you think of that?
I think in today's world, the only value people give to you is after you're dead. So maybe now that NFTs are dead, they're finally gonna see their heyday, and it's gonna be like much more glorious than before. You can quote me on that maybe in a year's time. Till then, keep on doubting us. I think the scenario there is that there's also these sort of, nuances that NFTs as a word has a problem. You call them digital assets, you call them digital art, and that becomes a totally different thing. You call them game assets, a totally different debate. Right now, what's happening is we've confused 4 or 5 things and, sort of put them together in a box. What rather I would like to focus on is, your understanding that the internet itself is a creative pool where what you are consuming, you're also the creator of, yes, more and more that thing is being curated by certain platforms. YouTube shows you certain kind of things. You can only trend if you're putting content in a specific manner. And Chayan here knows that much better, because he utilizes that to, make his own stuff pop. But what we need to realize is that there is a lot of space, there is a lot of need for new people to come in and innovate. There is no harm in trying, there's no harm in failing. I mean, failure should be the last of anybody's worries, because, we're generally struggling overall anyhow. So why not try something?
No, 100% agreed when you said about the fact that we need more people to innovate, and it's that more people these days see NFTs as just art, right? Digital art. But like I said before, it's the great unlock for any brand. Like if there's so many people over here, and you're of course over here because you want to understand how to utilize this technology for your businesses. So a little example of that could be that, for example, if you are a restaurant, you could, and Gary Vaynerchuk, he actually did this. He established a restaurant called Flyfish, and the only way you can get into that restaurant is if you hold an NFT. So that exclusivity in itself, it's a pass, it's a ticket, right? And the more exclusive it gets, the value of the asset goes up. So you are a part owner without really having that equity. And these are the ways I think that really answer the question that NFTs are not dead because the technology itself is world changing. The technology enables people to establish communities, brands that transcend what is conventional.
I think an important thing that we need to look at is look at industries that adopt new technologies and look at the success rate of those industries versus the ones that do not adopt a lot of technologies. So cricket is huge in Pakistan, it's huge in South Asia, but when it comes to Web3, cricket has been struggling. Versus if you look at, for example, soccer or football, it's thriving in the NFT space. But now you cannot blame NFTs there because cricket from day one is not a collector's sport. How many of you like cricket here? How many of you are cricket fans? How many of you collect memorabilia from cricket? कोई शाहिद अफरीदी का कार्ड है, कोई सचिन का कार्ड है, नहीं, because उसकी, that's not the nature of the game. If you're a football fan, if you, presuming there are football fans here, you definitely own a jersey. You definitely own some kind of a, token. So you need to obviously understand that not every industry can use a certain technology. What happens usually in our part of the world is that, let's say, AI becomes, famous, and some creative director in an agency puts a team of 5 कि भाई हमने तो AI based project करना ही करना है. अब वो काम है उसमें नहीं है, whether that makes sense or whether that doesn't make sense, they try to push hard the adoptability of that technology. Rather, what you should be doing is asking whether your agency or your studio or your company, does it actually need that technology? If it needs that, definitely, by all means, adopt. But again, the FOMO train is very real. We think that we're going to miss out, and we jump on the train, and that does us more harm. So just before entering, a new domain, trying out a couple of things, just have a clarity of mind of what's going on and what's not going on.
Yeah, that's very true because a lot of brands, even Web3 native brands, have started off very well and failed, and that has impacted the founders' credibilities. But at the end of the day, the founder, they should have, worked more on establishing the fact that understanding what I'm accomplishing, my product is not just the NFT. The NFT is just enhancing my product or service.
I'll just jump in here and I don't mean to, I'm not bad mouthing anyone, but a Web 2 founder can, just wrap his stuff up and say that, this thing wasn't working. I'm moving towards a more positive role. I'm a community builder now. Nobody, at least in the Pakistani space, accepts failure. They become community builders overnight. The startup is dead. The people are out. And nobody questions them. But yeah, if you're in Web3, if you're in AI, if you're in coming from a technology that is hot, you will be questioned more. But I think that's also the risk that you take. The other thing is how resilient you are. And yeah, I mean, all of us sitting here today is showing that resilience. I would just like to talk about this phenomena that everybody is seeing food bloggers go absolutely crazy today, right? 2-3 years ago, if somebody was trying to start a food blog, everybody would say, the heyday of food blogging is over. What are you doing? वो 2 साल पहले हो रहा था. And the reason was also that YouTube trends, for example, in India or the US or in other regions, we did not have YouTube for a very long time. It was banned in Pakistan. So the way the YouTube market is evolving here is very different than in India or in other parts of South Asia. But what I mean to say is that there's always opportunity. You just need to be well prepped for that. If you're trying to jump on the train when it's at 160 kilometers, it's very hard to make a name. But yeah, getting in early has its perks.
Definitely getting in early does have its perks, but that also, just want to reiterate for anyone over here, it's never too late to get into it. Because right now, if you got into NFTs when I did, and you wanted to, for example, buy a Bored Ape, it would have cost you $500,000. But now it's worth 40,000, and that divide, that fall in price, a lot of people see that as failure. But let's not forget that it minted, it went on sale for $80. It's still up at least 2,000%. Correct me if I'm wrong on that number.
And I mean, not financial advice, NFA, don't come for my neck later on.
For real,
But
don't sue us.
everybody wanted a Bitcoin when it was at 50K, right? Why aren't you guys buying it right now? Because it's too risky. It's everybody was, panicking when it was at 16. Nobody bought it, but those who bought at 16, they're doing well now. So the thing is, when it comes to financial assets, or when it comes to things that have a security-like value attached to them, obviously the things will go up and down. But what you need to understand is there is a difference. Not what I'm trying to say is not everybody needs to come in and become a property dealer. We need architects, we need builders, we need construction crews, we need people who can lay down the roads, we need people who can understand, the viability of making a housing society. I'm just trying to use that analogy to make things, understandable, because property is one thing that Pakistanis understand intuitively. So, but everybody comes in here and they try to become property dealers. No, you can't do that really, So come in, understand the market dynamics and work on that.
100%, and that again brings us back to the fact that, well, I previously said that NFTs itself are not the product. Too many people think that when you launch an NFT, that's it. That's all you have to do. All you have to do to keep people happy. But the NFT needs to enhance a certain service that you already have. It needs to make people feel like they are a part of your brand. Because if they don't, then they will be just waiting for the next big thing, for the price to go up, for them to sell, and then ultimately, the real loser ends up becoming you. Because when your price goes down, people come to you and say, like, why did we buy this? And a lot of people, a lot of founders in Web3 itself don't have that answer, and they're still figuring things out. Projects like, I don't know, a lot of people might be familiar with Azuki. This project is one of the blue chips, and their fall from grace has been honestly very hard to watch. And that is because people are slowly realizing that the way we thought NFTs are supposed to be was all wrong. We made it all about price rather than what they're really for, building super fans. And like you said, industry matters, right? And to be able to implement this technology in a specific tailored way that enhances a certain experience is the most important thing. And that's why I personally believe that NFTs itself can never die. NFTs in the format that we knew might be dead, but the technology isn't going anywhere. And people who can innovate and implement it in the correct way, enhancing a certain service, creating a group of people that support their vision, that is the perfect way to utilize this technology.
Also, I mean, building on what Chan was saying, that there's a thing that we often and this is like I'm specifically, talking about Pakistan here, is that we are an iterative nation. We like to jump on trends once the trends are up and going. But if you look at the trends that are happening in, let's say, China right now, in India right now, in other nations, we need to adapt the same technologies to have a stake there. I do what I do because there were no people like me in certain domains. Before, Web3, before NFTs, I was working in animation. Before that, I was working in comics. Before that, I was working in design. And like my career is like a testament to that I've been in places where the only brown person is me. And my perspectives are important because I have a stake in the matter that is being created. So, for everybody who's stepping out, younger guys, do understand that your voice matters. It's important. You are helping make products that go global, but your identity plays a very important role there. And you need to understand that trends don't happen in a silo. They happen globally, they shift, they mix, they merge. And it's very important to have a stake in the matter
rather than बाद में हम बैठ के हमें बस एक बुरी सी protest की आदत है कि हम इस चीज़ पे protest कर लेंगे. If you have the say, you protest की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. You know, you have the space on the table. Everybody will need to listen to you.
And very well put. And building on that, I just want to say that Pakistanis generally, at least in my experience, we are very afraid of stigma. We're very afraid of what people might say. And especially with emerging technology, when you're starting to build towards it, a lot of questions arise where people are like, what are you doing? Do you even know what you're doing? And I just want to say it's okay to not know what you're doing. Because if you don't try, you won't know. And you have to let go of that stigma and chase after something that you see potential in, no matter what it may be, NFTs, business, life, relationships, anything. If you don't stand by your conviction, you will not.
If this talk was like called, you know, how to make 10K USD in NFTs, the line would be across the block. I can guarantee you that. And I would even charge you guys $100 for it, and you'll be happy to give that. Because the notion would be that you'll come in here and make money. But what we are saying for free is actually the thing that's going to make you, you know, make money or make moves. It's not about the hype anymore. So, yeah.
It's about the implementation, it's about community building, and NFTs are the ultimate tech to build community. And as the world goes on, I think every businesses, even like, for example, I know a person who is a cement contractor. They make cement. And they started posting videos on TikTok. And the next thing you know, this sounds very alien to a lot of people. I make cement. Why should I be uploading on social media? But that got him a 6-figure contract. And he had never seen that money before in his life. And I think content and the intersection of NFTs, Web3, AI, these technologies, they're not ever going to die because they will intersect and they will help birth the new brands of tomorrow. And hopefully one day that will be one of you guys.
Thank you for having both of us here, and it was a pleasure.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving further, let's go towards our next session, present and future of the metaverse, for which we have our moderator, Shayan Wara, again, and Nusrat Rizwan, the founder and COO of The Grid, and lastly, Hassan Server, the founder of Epic Jam. Please, guys.
So, I'm back. Anyway, the topic right now we have is the present and future of metaverse. And the last thing we spoke about are NFTs, that a lot of the topics over here intersect because, of course, the metaverse is a concept that is very alien to us. We've seen it in videos, we've seen it in movies like Ready Player One. And at first it seemed like it's happening anytime now. But now suddenly, like NFTs, the market went down, the hype went down. Suddenly the conversation of metaverse has also slowly been going down. So I really want to get the perspectives of you guys because your resume and your experience speaks for itself. And a lot of people over here would be very happy to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, so I think the hype died down because we were too early in the metaverse phase right now. I think we were still too early. We were like the Nokia BlackBerry generation of metaverse at the point, and then of course people looking for newer things, bigger things, and then AI came in and it was fun. You know, metaverse was fun at this point. People did not have access to metaverse like we do have access to NFTs, cryptocurrency, or anything else that there is. And when AI came out, it's super fun. Everybody can use it. It's user friendly. I think unless we get to that point, I don't think metaverse would be as global as it should be. So I think we're still too early. We're still working on it. If I don't know if anybody has seen Mark Zuckerberg did a session recently, and if you've seen it, you'd realize that they've improved the metaverse, right? They improved this tremendously. So I think they're still working on the back end, and I think it gives us more time to actually work on it and make things better, improve it, and then come back with a product that's actually better. So yeah, that's my point of view.
Mr. I would love for you to add to that.
Yeah. So, am I audible? Yeah. So it's not like the concept of metaverse is just came in yesterday. We've been seeing it in the movies, dated way back in the 80s, by the way. So I believe it's more about trends. As Hassan mentioned, AI has definitely picked up. But the reason why AI has picked up is because the adoption towards AI, or in order for you to get on the board wagon, is rather easier. With the metaverse, you need to have certain, for instance, hardware requirements that you need to fulfill, and you need to be tapped in the Web3 section in order to be a part of the metaverse. Which is why I would like to give an example of my product here. What we've been able to do is that we've transitioned the Web2 audience into Web3. Right now, there are a lot of people out there, or a strong number of Pakistanis out there. They're just getting their hands on to Web2, as it was being discussed in the last panel discussion here. People still getting hands-on with YouTube, social media, how reels work, how content works, and then you bombard them with the fact that, oh, there's metaverse, you got to be a part of that. There's AI, you got to be a part of that. So you got to take people with you, which is the reason why I believe it's important to take Web 2 and Web 3 together, which is what we have done. We launched the Web 2 first, which was the no-code gaming, and then inshallah, this month we're launching the metaverse. Those of you who heard my talk earlier, I already talked about it. So with the metaverse, what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to display your Web 2 products into Web 3. So it's more about being aware of products and the industry, rather than saying that maybe the product wasn't ready, because everyone's out there developing it. Who better than to develop it than Facebook or Meta itself, basically?
Yeah, absolutely. That brings me to another question for you guys. That within the metaverse, I think personally, creative content becomes even more important than it is right now, because when this technology does become widespread, a lot of people will flock towards it. So what advice would you have for people who really want to get into this technology, this virtual world, and to get a head start on that? Any one of you, take it away.
Yeah. So again, it's all about content creation. So with the metaverse, let's define what the metaverse is. At first, it's an environment where you can be in, a virtual environment where you can interact with people, and there's a lot being done. We could have had this very conference in the metaverse. We could have. There are a lot of games that are being created. For instance, if you take the example of Roblox itself, it's a metaverse. Extensive content creation being done, and when there's content being created, you need to realize that there need to be some controls in place as well. I know I'm slightly deviating from the question, but I just want to cover all the aspects of it. And for you to get ahead of it, in terms of any technology, it's important to note that you have a strong foundation of the things that have come in earlier. So you would not know content creation unless or until you've been on the Web 2 thing, social media, YouTube. You would not know what to do when you go into Roblox. Another thing that's slightly challenging with the metaverse right now is that the learning curve is very steep. Access in terms of getting on board needs to be provided in, I won't say in an easier manner, but people need to equip themselves with more knowledge in terms of how, for instance, if I go into a metaverse today, I wouldn't know what to do. Kids are doing a much better job than we are, to be honest. I mean, I'm much older than you guys sitting here, but Minecraft, Roblox. So get yourself out there, utilize the technology, experience, experiment, and that's how you get ahead of it, basically.
Yes, just to add to that, I think people coming into the creative fields, into metaverse, I think they need patience, a lot of patience. There's a lot happening in the metaverse, as you know, as the friend said. We've seen Roblox, we've seen Minecraft. Minecraft is huge, and if you look at it, you need patience to build your own world into it, right? And now we're talking about multiple universes, right? So I think there's going to be a lot of patience, and then that comes with responsibility of what you're creating, because it will go out in the public. Everybody's going to see it. Content creation is not as easy as it sounds. It comes to responsibility. So I think that those are two things that people will have to take care of.
I think you guys touched on one very important point that I would like to point out specifically, that basically what you said was the metaverse is already here. People are head down deep in Roblox, Minecraft, all these virtual experiences. Just because we don't have a technology that can take us to an actual virtual world yet, that doesn't mean the metaverse is not there. So coming on to that, how can brands and people utilize these technologies, considering that their target market comes over there, such as Roblox, Discord, and all these community building platforms, because they are essentially an infant version of the metaverse that is the present of the metaverse. So what advice would you have for people to utilize this and prepare themselves in a way that when the metaverse is mainstream, when we are living in virtual worlds and having the time of our lives and building brands in both Web 2 or Web 3, because later down the line, like you said, they're going to intersect, they're going to become one. It's just going to be one web. But since the present of the metaverse right now is these platforms like Discord, Roblox, Minecraft, what advice would you give to people to utilize this technology to get ahead, again, to get a head start? Because once the fire picks up, it's going to be very hard to become a market leader.
So next time, Hassan, you need to go in first. I keep jumping in. So I believe what's very important that Shayan, you pointed out, was that the brands, they need to come on board. And it's not like brands internationally, they are on board with the whole metaverse environment. Unfortunately, with Pakistan, if you go into the corporate sector, you talk about someone there. I'm not throwing a generalized statement, but a majority of the people, they would not know what the metaverse is. They would not know how to capitalize on it, and that's where the problem lies. So right now, Web3, NFT, may call it, being adopted and being taken on by the masses. So again, it's an egg and a chicken situation. The reason why brands are not out there on metaverse, especially in Pakistan, is the ROI bit. Like, oh, marketing dollars spent, how much am I getting? And again, we need to look back at the Web2 angle, which is very important, which is we have just, actually, I wouldn't even say mastered, we've just adopted, we've just come to the realization that yes, social media and content is important. I remember working for a multinational. They've recently invested in real estate, and it was way back in. I mean, not way back. It was actually in 2018 when they started using digital media for their campaigns. Initially, it was all traditional media, print, outdoor, and your television. And in this space right now, maybe there was some level of confusion at my end, but I did hear someone say that, traditional media is still powerful. I mean, I still see billboards out there, brands spending a ton of money on traditional media, but on your Web 2 and Web 3 elements. And this is something that's going to come with time, and this is something that's going to come with knowledge and information. And I believe it's very important for brands to take up, for the masses to take up the technology, for others to follow, basically.
Yeah, so just to add to that, I think I agree with the point that brands need to come in and support the whole thing. But from a developers or builders point of view, I think it's important to understand that you guys will face a lot of competition here. I mean, unlike things were back when Web 2.0 started. Things weren't that competitive. Right now, there's a whole competition going on. Everybody wants to build a metaverse. Everyone wants to do it better than the others. I think so. It depends on how creative you can get with your own metaverse if you're creating one. What kind of RWAs you have implemented, what kind of projects you're working on, what are the side things going on with it. So I think you need to work harder. You need to be patient with it. You need to find ways on how to be more creative and just be resilient. I mean, that's the only way to go forward with it, because if you look at the metaverse market just last year ago, everybody was building one, right? Everybody was building a metaverse. Everybody had their own, and nobody's talking about it anymore because it was so competitive. Nobody wanted to get into metaverse. Everybody was like, "Yeah, it's not a shit too now." I don't want to do it because everybody's doing it. But is everybody doing it right? I mean, that's the question, right? So I think you need to be resilient and you need to build it right. You need to be patient with it.
And that really brings me to the next question that you just asked. That is everyone doing it right? What do you think doing it right entails? Because a lot of people get this wrong because they have very good intentions. They want to get into this technology. They want to implement it, but they don't know what to do, where to start, what to read. So I want to ask that question again. What do you think is the right way to do it? And I don't think there's one answer fits all. One size glove doesn't fit everyone. But I think it's good for people who want to get into this. So what is the right way to do it?
So as I said earlier, we are too early into this. We are in the Nokia
Absolutely.
generation of metaverses right now. So there's nothing right and wrong about it at this point. We're still, figuring out what to do. And I think we need to go step by step. Looking at Apple's Vision Pro, I mean, that's a step forward, right? They did not go completely into metaverse. They built it around their own ecosystem. So I think we have to go step by step. We cannot just jump into the whole bandwagon and start developing metaverses. We could figure out what we could do using bits and parts of the technology, implementing it with what we have. So let's say if you have NFT project, you could create a game with it, and then implement the NFTs into it. And that's one way of doing it. So I think we need to figure out how we can implement it and get people used to it. And once they're used to it, and when the hardware is more accessible, because the thing I think has been keeping people from using metaverse is the hardware itself. It's not accessible. It's not that inexpensive either. So by that time, I think we can just get people used to it. We can build projects around it, smaller projects, and then with time, when we figure out what's right, what's wrong, how we need to go forward with it, when the technology is better, when there are more resources, I think we can go full blown into it.
Yeah. So I think with the concept of metaverse, what people have tried to do or have started doing is that they've gone in big, all of them. But you need to go in small. You need to create environments. For instance, there can be a metaverse just focusing on the educational bit, a metaverse that's just focusing on meetings, conferences, which is being done. So you cannot start building a metaverse that is about everything, where you can do everything in the world or under the sky. I think that's the issue that new companies tend to face, and developing a metaverse definitely is not an easy task. There are a lot of elements that kick in, and which is why I would like to give our example again, because our metaverse is very limited, but at the same time it serves the purpose of educational and purposeful gaming. So you can go interact with your friends. You have your carnival stands where you can display your games, and you can build your environment as well. But to a limited extent, you don't need to go all out. You can phase it in, launch your product, see what the kind of traction you're getting, and if it's going well, then you start doing more.
100%, man. So that brings us. That is the present and future of the metaverse. The present is that the technology is in its infancy to be actually be taken completely seriously, but we can't accept the fact that it's coming. It's coming because virtual worlds will be the norm. If you look at age groups from 9 to 15 years old, as they grow up and come into the generation that becomes and has buying power, they will be more comfortable with the experiences that they grew up in. So if you are a brand that is looking to capitalize on the metaverse, like these two gentlemen just explored, you have to explore the options that are already available, even if they may be as simple as starting a Discord community, creating content around your company. And at the end of the day, it just all comes back to content. Content is king at this day and age, whether it be metaverse, whether it be Instagram, whether it be LinkedIn. As long as you have the ability to get in front of a camera, speak your mind, and have confidence and conviction in your ideas and your beliefs, whether it be the present of the metaverse or the future of the metaverse, you will get it right. There's no one size glove fits all, and I think that is the best thing to take away from this conversation. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Hello, everyone. Quick announcement. I represent the Boring Syndicate. We invest in technology services businesses, primarily catering to foreign markets. Between 3 and 5, we're doing office hours for all those founders who are building something within the services space in the Web3 domain. And if you want to have a conversation with us, learning about how to raise money for your company, we don't do products, but we're primarily a services focused venture builder. So if any one of you is interested to have that conversation, please join us. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so before the break, we're going to have our last panel of the day, which is pros and cons of building in public, for which the moderator is Mr. Saad Alawala, director of the Startup Grin. Mr. Saad, I'd like you to come. Okay, moving further, Mr. Shayan Vora and Muhammad Khalid. And Mr. Mohammed Saber, the founder of Alt Ventures. Okay. Okay, so I have an announcement to make. This session is going to be moved after the break for after 3:30 because Miss Natasha is on her way and I think she's going to take a little time. So we're going to have this one after the break. Okay? You all can proceed towards the break for the break. Thank you.
personal risk capacity, right? पाकिस्तान के अंदर हम लोगों के पास, like when you look at investing, एक बहुत ही traditional sort of a mindset है कि अगर invest करना है तो सिर्फ, like you need to have a certain ticket size, a certain amount to invest, and investment की journey शुरू होती है real estate से, right? Either inherited or by buying, selling, different schemes हमारी जब आती हैं, चाहे बहरिया टाउन्स हो या फिर जो भी हो, and I'm not bashing any of it, but all I'm trying to say is there are other ways, other asset classes that you can invest in, right? Whether it's mutual funds, whether it's crypto, whether it's real estate, fractional real estate में आप investing भी कर सकते हैं. You don't need to wait for a certain amount to get to and then buy a big chunk of land for yourself. And I think you really need to understand that in every different phase of life, right, आपकी risk capacity is going to be very different. आपकी priorities different होंगी, आपकी responsibilities different होंगी. When you're starting off, let's say in your 20s, आपके पास, when सबने सुना होगा कि when you start early, it's just better, right? Compounding effect. सालों तक you'll always feel it. And I think it's true, it's very true, because the reason being, अगर आप late शुरू करते हैं, तो आपके पास, of course, you need a greater amount to, let's say, if you have goals of becoming a millionaire or whatever it is, right? लेकिन अगर मैं ये सोचूं कि यार, if somebody is investing a certain portion of their money, of their income that they get every single month into their diversified asset classes, and they're like, okay, this is how much I can manage, and this is what I'm educated about right now. This is what I understand better, because यहाँ पे Warren Buffett की भी एक कहावत बिल्कुल apply करती है, where he says you should invest in assets and things that you understand, and I really live by that. Agar, for example, for me, if I'm passionate about the world of Web3, which I am, I've been investing in different L1s, L2s, crypto projects for about 3 to 4 years now. But my journey started off with educating myself first. I wasn't running around with, my money or my parents' money and being like, yaar, bas jo agla coin nikal raha hai, whether it's a meme coin, whether it's something that everybody's talking about, trending at the moment, Twitter pe hashtags chal rahe hain, आसपास के, हर influencer bandwagon पे, is just jumping on top of it, doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Why? Because in the long run, you will not be understanding where is your money growing, how is your money growing, and if you really want to understand the growth of money or the compounding effect of it, you need to first understand where are you investing, why are you investing, how much can you invest, and it will vary throughout your life, right? यहाँ पे बात जब हम करते हैं finances की, same चीज apply होती है when you're investing in your career. Same thing applies to investing in your skill set, right? Because everything is going to be a journey if you think about it. यहाँ पे same चीज आती है, for if I can share my example right now, right? The content series that I'm working on right now, which you'll find on LinkedIn, you'll find on YouTube, we'll have a podcast of I think 40 plus episodes with different founders, different industry leaders, inspirations from all around the world. Many of them will be on the stage today as well. So you're actually in the right place to get that inspiration, which is amazing. But I think यहाँ पे, the main thing that I do want to share is that किसी की भी journey that you see today, you might be hearing my speech right now, you might be listening to another panel afterwards or before this. All I want to say is कोई भी कहीं भी एकदम से नहीं पहुंचता, You need to understand it's a journey. You need to understand that there's been years of hardship, struggles, challenges that led to people becoming who they are, that led to people reaching where they are right now, right? Yeah, same cheese finances पे, same cheese career, same cheese professional growth. Everything is the same sort of mindset that you need to have, right? Once that you apply that mindset to educating yourself, even if it's crypto. And all of you today who are here at NFT Karachi, I really want to say that good job, honestly. And I'm really saying it, Dil se. मेरी journey शुरू हुई थी Pakistan में when I was 17. And I'm not talking about my investing journey. I'm talking like investing in finance journey. I'm talking about my investment in professional growth journey. Started when I was 17. And that started with networking at events, going out, being in the different uncomfortable, putting myself out of my comfort zone. Talking to people that I hadn't seen, hadn't met. Some of them felt like super far-fetched. How do I talk to someone who's a speaker today? How do I talk to someone who has achieved so much in life today? And वो एक तरह की जो हमारी gaps हैं जो हमारे दिमाग में होते हैं, you can easily bridge that by just taking that one step, by just taking that one initiative, and that is how you grow your network. That is how you grow your career. That is how you grow your professional growth, right? And I do want to stress more on that heavily, क्योंकि आपकी professional growth में जो आपका mindset है, same cheese like I was saying earlier is going to apply in your finances. The same thing is going to apply on your investment in mental health. The same thing is going to apply in your friendships. The same thing is going to apply on your relationships as well. If you look at life, it's different compartments, right? And all of the things that I mentioned right now are different compartments. But there is an overlap because, of course, you need to, take the wheel and try to steer yourself in the right direction. But you also need to know that every phase of life is going to be a part of a lot of figuring out that you'll be doing, right? Everyone that you hear today is still figuring out a lot of things in life. Everything that they've done so far was a result of them trying to figure out in the first place, right? Nobody knew कि यार ये पाथ है, इसको ऐसे लेके जाना है, ये मेरी hardships होंगी, ये मेरे results आएंगे. Nobody knew that. Of course, you can anticipate, you can forecast, you can have goals, you can have aims, you can have milestones, and that's amazing to have. लेकिन जितनी आप अपने लिए room रखते हैं for trial and error, for experimentation, for failure, you cannot do yourself a better favor than that, to be honest. Because same approach, for example, अगर आप investment अपनी शुरू करें finance में, right? If you are investing in crypto, the first thing that you need to do is understand what you're investing in, right? कौन से coins हैं, क्या ecosystem है, ecosystem के trends क्या हैं, कौन से projects हैं जिनमें पहले शायद they picked up really well, but now they might not. What is the reason behind it? If there is a slowdown in certain NFT projects, why is that happening? Who are the OG projects in NFT world that are still keeping up their momentum? Which are the new ones popping up? Trends and knowledge and trying to stay on top of it, of course, is an investment of your time, right? Once you start putting that knowledge into practice, that is an investment in your energy. Once you actually start putting your money on the table, that is your investment in finance. And I think यहाँ पे you need to understand same चीज अगर आप, and I think the reason why I'm really stressing on this is because if you look at the media now, right? I think half of us, consume content on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, on Facebook Reels, Instagram Reels. एक मिनट की 2 मिनट की वीडियोस होती हैं जहाँ पे हम लोग अपने दिमागों में एक कंपैरिजन बना लेते हैं from our life to someone else's life across on that screen, right? Where जो एक हम लोगों का I think जो gap हम बनाते हैं अपने दिमाग में, that is what I really want you guys to sort of start overcoming by taking that initiative and also being aware of the other person's journey and putting your effort in your own journey, in your capacity, looking at your surroundings and seeing what your own goals are instead of replicating someone else's goals, right? जो बंदा क्रिप्टो पे मिलियनेयर 2015 में बना है, सेम इंसान की शायद लक अभी ना लगे, right? Because the ecosystem is completely different. The way people are looking at crypto is completely different. Regulations are completely different. The circumstances of investment in crypto is completely different from where it was then and where it is now. The same thing applies to any other asset class that you look at, right? When you're investing in real estate, you do have to look at inflation. You do have to look at the government regulations. कि उनकी policies क्या हैं, जिस scheme में आप invest कर रहे हो, उनके पीछे कौन लोग हैं, who is the company behind it, उनका track record क्या है. So there's a lot of aspects of investing, right? And why don't we do that, or why don't we follow that approach जब हम अपने career, अपनी skill building, अपनी professional growth या फिर अपनी बाकी investments के बारे में हम सोच रहे होते हैं. And I think this is one question that I want you guys to take away from this speech today, or me sharing my journey, or maybe just trying to help you guys understand that if there is one amount in your head that you feel like यार अगर मेरे पास इतने पैसे बन जाए तो मेरी जिंदगी बदल जाएगी, right? अगर वो पैसे आपके पास आ जाए, how are you going to change your life actually? Will that be an overnight success that you anticipate for yourself if you just get that amount right away? I don't think so, because how much of it are you putting into savings? How much goes into wants? How much of it are you, let's say, putting in your leisure activities, going out with friends, networking, buying a course, for example, traveling, which is a really good investment to have as well, because I honestly feel like you do need to expand your horizons, right? Pakistan में रहते हुए, I did realize one thing, that मेरी horizon expansion और मेरी growth का शुरुआत happened through events like the one that you're at today. So please do not underestimate the value of where you are, of other events that you go to, of the things that you invest your time in, because it is an investment. Regardless of a transactional monetary investment, but it still is. आप अपना time लगा रहे हैं, आप अपनी energy लगा रहे हैं, right? अगर मैं same चीज apply करूँ to a career growth of let's say a freelancer, right? मेरी journey as a freelancer जब शुरू हुई थी in 2015, I was 17 years old at that time. And I remember तब मुझे ABC भी नहीं पता था freelancing की. I was like, I don't know how this works. उस time पर बहुत कम लोग थे पाकिस्तान में who were in this industry. People who I could look up to or reach out to or who were accessible at that point. And I remember I started going to these events. I started reaching out, and उस वक्त I used to hear these success stories, you know, like somebody's making $30,000 one month, ye, wo, falana. And for me, of course, when I would hear that, I'd feel like, yeah, how do I get there, you know? And I think वो एक मेरी तरफ से maybe that was wrong to start off because मुझे ये देखना चाहिए था, and that's what I did do at the end of the day, कि I did realize कि मेरी capacity क्या है, मेरी skills क्या है, my skills look completely different than that person. I did not know how to sell my skills at that time, but now I do. I started off as a freelancer earning, I think 30,000 rupees per month, actually. Yeah, that's how I started. 30,000 rupees, Pakistani rupees per month. And right now, I am working with international clients who have become unicorns. I'm able to charge for double, even more, triple, like 10 times the amount sometimes. And it is there in the market. The more you can prove your value, the more you can prove your skills, the more you can even share your knowledge with other people, the better it is, right? काफी टाइम हम लोग अपने आप को एक डब्बे में बंद कर देते हैं, right? Don't put yourself in a box and don't live someone else's dreams. Live your own dreams, have your own dreams, get out of the box and the bubbles that you're in. Try to expand your horizons, try to meet new people, go to different events, travel as much as you can, get those courses. Agar courses already kharide हुए हैं, but try to finish them up, the ones that are relevant, and try to educate yourself on the new trends, right? When we talk about personal finance, if you look at ChatGPT, that tool in itself is an asset for you, right? You can use it. It's like, you know, having a little accountant buddy for you where you can help out, you know, you can help understanding कि यार मेरे पास अगर हर महीने 5,000, 10,000 अगर मेरे पास बच रहा है, ठीक है? So how do I use that? And I think just understanding that is just the main way to go about it, you know? So my main, you know, lesson of life that I can share or any sort of inspiration that I can share is that जिंदगी में उतार चढ़ाव आते रहते हैं. It's your, you know, life. It's your decision making. The results that we do have at the end of the day are a result of the decisions that we make, right?
Okay, so before we proceed to our next panel, I would like you all sitting at the back to come in the front so we can join for the next panel, please. All of you at the back. Okay, so I'm going to introduce the people for the next panel. It's pros and cons building in public, and the speakers are firstly the moderator, Mr. Saad Allahwala, okay, the director of Startup Grin, and then Mr. Shayan Vora, Mr. Mohammed Sabir, and Miss Natasha Utrani.
अस्सलामुअलैकुम, मेरा नाम साद अल्लाहवाला है. आज का जो मुझे जिस पैनल में बिठा दिया है वो मॉडरेट करने के लिए, उसका जो एसेंस है और जो ओवरऑल बात है, दैट्स समथिंग दैट वी बीन डूइंग फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. बिल्डिंग पब्लिक का जो ये वर्ड था, मुझे पहले नहीं पता था कि यही होता है जो इस चीज़ को रिप्रेजेंट करता है. हमारी जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मेरे वालिद जो हैं, वो हर चीज़ पब्लिकली डालते हैं. हम लोग ये भी डालते हैं कि चाय कैसे बनानी, बाथरूम कैसे धोना है. तो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कुछ भी होता है, हमारा बिजनेस में हम लोग सेल्स कैसे करते हैं, सब कुछ हम लोग पब्लिकली पहले बताते थे. खराब हो रहा होता तो वही पब्लिकली बताते थे. So when I got to know about this term, I was really excited for the panel, and I'm really thankful for you all to be here. I got to learn more about you guys online first, तो मैं चाहूँगा थोड़ा सा अगर आप अपने बारे में बता दें, and then we can start the panel.
So, is the mic working?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's working now. Yeah, it's perfect. So, I'm Mohammed, founder of Alt Ventures. हम एक venture studio to give life to new ideas. So that is what we do. Over the last 3-4 years, we've built, I think, dozens of companies. And like recently, we started building in public. We were building in isolation, and a lot of people do that, which like has some good things and bad things. But the biggest thing about building in public is that you get to meet other like-minded people. When you find those people, you can build the next things together. So yeah, that's a bit about us. We've been building in public.
I am one of the founders of Data Darbar, not to be confused with Data Darbar. We are a market and data intelligence platform. If you guys have heard of Crunchbase, PitchBook, or TrackFin, we are basically doing that, but for Pakistan and other emerging markets. I hate building in public, but it has its pros and cons. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited to talk about it, and thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone. Is this thing on? Yeah, so this is the third time I'm on here on the stage. If you thought you could get rid of me that easy, talk to Gibran. But of artificial intelligence, Web3, and content for any and all businesses, because we believe that building in public is the new norm. And that's because in this overly saturated artificial intelligence content nowadays, where everything feels the same, rinse and repeat, it's very important for every business to really adopt public faith and build a brand around your company that accelerates your growth, not only in the financial aspect, but the community aspect. Because coming back to Web3, it is all about the community. If you don't build that, and you're just another efficiency.
So I'm really excited for the panel. So Mohammed Bhai, I want to start off from you. You have developed many different products. मैं आपके उससे portfolio से जा रहा था. बहुत सारे अच्छे brands हम आजकल देख रहे हैं. हमने कुछ के साथ काम भी किया है. You have been with them from the start. In essence, building in public, what is it? It's basically that any organization or individual or project that we're working on, हम उसके pros, cons, उसके खराबियाँ, उसमें क्या हो रहा है, क्या नहीं हो रहा, वो हम लोग publicly बताते हैं. तो जो भी हमारी market है, हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनको पता चलता रहता है कि हम कितना अच्छा कर रहे हैं काम, यहाँ पे कितना खराब कर रहे हैं, हम इसमें आपकी हेल्प दे सकते हैं. सो दैट्स इन एसेंस जो मैंने ChatGPT से पूछ के जवाब दिया था. तो मोहम्मद भाई, in your organization, you said you have been started building in public as well. What do you see as like the main pro of to you? कि अगर आप publicly अपने बारे में बताएंगे, अपने business के बारे में, तो आपको सबसे ज़्यादा फायदा किस चीज़ में हो सकता है?
So I think there are a couple of benefits. I'll start with community, where you mentioned. I think it is very important to build a community of like-minded people around your product. Like the biggest example is Threads. They had like a audience of probably billions of users, and within the first day they had like tens of millions of users. And as a studio, like we have to launch products again and again. And if we're building in the same market, and I release a product which is, let's say, for musicians, and I build in public and sort of build a following attraction of hundreds of musicians who follow me, next time when I release a product for them, on day one, it will get in front of hundreds of users. Right. That is first thing. The second thing is, like when you're starting anything from scratch, there is no set path, right? Like you keep changing stuff, and the probability of this exact thing working out it's pretty low, and you have to pivot your way to the thing that works. So you need to create that connection with your audience, that they need to be a part of your journey, and you need like initial champions to like use your product and use it because you are building it, and not because they think that the product is like something that they find exciting. They should, but they should give you the benefit of the doubt. So one, you build a community of your audience. Two, you create that connection. And third, like you get customers. Like one of our products, Creator, we've been building in public. First customer, Saf, came through building in public. Second customer, Palvasha, was a fitness instructor, came through building in public. So having just those two customers is a good start for the company. So,
and obviously it holds you accountable. If I sit here and say tomorrow I will do this, and tomorrow I don't do it, so it's an extra motivation for me to sort of go in and actually do it. So pushing yourself, building a community, there are multiple benefits, obviously.
Natasha Baji, you run a platform that already works with data, right? And your हम लोग अभी भी LinkedIn पे अब तो जब भी LinkedIn पे स्क्रॉल करते हैं तो आपका वाला पोस्ट दिखता है कि जी ये वाला यहाँ पे ये इनसाइट्स हैं, यहाँ पे ये स्टार्टअप्स अच्छा कर रहे हैं, ये बुरा कर रहे हैं. तो इन आपकी कंपनी जो पब्लिक को ही चीजें दिखाती है, चले आप तो डेवलप करते हैं चीजें, लेकिन आपका तो काम ही सिर्फ लोगों को सामान देना है. तो आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हो या आपके बिजनेस मॉडल में कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है building in public?
So when we started, जो हमारा initial actual product है, that we're still building in stealth mode. And yeah,
तो बता दें क्या?
नहीं वही crunchbase वाला, you can't access it online, you don't see it online, you see inside by Data Darbar, that is our media platform, right? So what my co-founder, he knew all the founders, he wrote for Dawn, he covered all the startups, so he was very well known in the startup community. So we started building in public, and initially we were just doing the Crunchbase thing. And then, you know, people came to us with ideas, say, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? If you do this, we'll be your first customer. So that was one of the biggest benefits of building in public, because you get so many ideas, you get your first customers, you get your early adopters. Everybody, you know, everybody wants a piece of it, everybody's curious. And that's how Insights by Data Darbar came into being. So that essentially serves as a very free customer acquisition tool for us. We just write, and then, you know, people come to us, why don't you do this? Why don't you see what's happening with meds and more? इसके साथ क्या हो रहा है? ये startup बंद होने वाला है. So that has worked very well for us. But, you know, one of the cons of building in public is also criticism. You get a lot of criticism. Because people are like, ये क्यों नहीं किया? पैसे क्यों नहीं raise किए? कब raise होंगे? And it's very hard to, you know, keep it to yourself कि मेरी मर्जी नहीं, मुझे यही करना है. So it's, you know, there are very pros and cons to building in public. And हमारा तो पूरा काम ही public को data दिखाना है. Whole thing is democratizing access to public data, to private market data. So I think building in public, especially for Pakistan, it's a very important tool ताकि लोगों को भी पता चले not every startup is going to be airlift. Not every idea is a $1 billion idea. Sometimes you need the smaller idea that can still make revenue, that can still, you know, make it big. So ऐसे it, you know, it keeps founders in check. It gives the public a good overview of, you know, how actually the business works.
चैन भाई,
जी सर.
आपका जो बिजनेस है वो अब आपने which you started recently, I saw on again LinkedIn, सबके लिए democratize सबसे ज्यादा उसने किया हुआ है, अब आपको उससे लड़ना है. तो आपका जो बिजनेस है that's essentially going building different processes and actually give आप थोड़ा समझ समझाया था मैं.
Basically, if any business, for example, approaches us and they want to explore the integration of artificial intelligence in their business, and a lot of people want to do this because it's not unlike Web3. AI is something that continuously gets better the more you use it. And so you know that it's not just a high product, right? So what we do is we explore the integration of that and content to help you not only build in public, but make your processes easier as well. So we're a creative agency that explores the intersection of AI, content, and Web3.
Awesome. So since you are a newly started business, comparatively, आपके लिए कितना important होगा going forward, developing your business even more, getting more sales, कि आप publicly अपना इसको रखें हर चीज को?
Yeah, we started when we started Fluxora. The plan was always to build in public because coming from a Web3 background, when I was working with the Metaverse, the Instagram page, building in public is something that is very inherent to Web3. You cannot build a Web3 product if you're not a founder that is ready to put his reputation on the line. Because if you don't do that, then people don't trust you because the space is full of scammers and a lot of bad actors, and that also gives the space a bad rep. So when we decided that, you know, we were going to go all in on content and organic content, that was purely due to the fact that we understand that the brands, next generation brands, they are going to purely be built on community. So that's why you see brands these days like Prime, Mr. Beast Burger, and all these brands, they're disrupting industries that have been around for hundreds of years. Now Gatorade is shitting themselves, excuse my French. but it's purely because of the fact that the brands that they are up against have such a strong community behind them, and that is all a byproduct of being able to build in public. Now, it has its pros, but it definitely does have its cons. Like she said, you have to be ready to accept the criticism. You have to be ready to accept opinions from everywhere, wanted or unwanted, and you need to really have the heart to filter out what is right for you and what is wrong. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to get lost in a sea of opinions and you won't be able to filter what's right, what's wrong. And at the end of the day, you'll end up losing your own self. So it's very important to realize that the initial vision you set out to go and to be able to filter criticism from hate. Because when we were building MV3, the cinematic Web3 universe with Metaverse, we got a lot of love, but we definitely got so much hate. So much hate. But to be able to filter that out is a superpower that comes with time, and it's not easy, but it has its pros and cons. Nothing good ever comes easy.
Very true. So you guys are still so you guys are all founders. You guys have all started your businesses. आपका business काउंट करता है अपने client के साथ काम करने में जिसने अपना business launch करना है, मगर transparency बहुत matter करती है क्योंकि आप हर चीज़ publicly नहीं बता सकते. आपसे हम थोड़ा सा बच के रहेंगे क्योंकि आप हमारी सारी खुफिया बातें बता देंगी. लेकिन again बात यहीं पे आती है कि while we're all startups and बहुत सारे यहाँ पे लोग हैं जो ये तो स्टार्टअप कर रहे हैं या लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं या कुछ सोच रहे हैं उसके बारे में. तो हाउ डू दे टेक द फर्स्ट स्टेप when they don't have the resources and when this tool when actually putting your word out there. मैं अभी हमजा भाई से बात कर रहा था, मैं पीछे पॉडकास्ट कर रहा था उनके साथ, तो उन्होंने बताया कि before actually joining Binance he started to interview people and then started to make content of just whatever he learned. So he would explain what he learned, and then that's how even like my father, with every business that he started, everything started from just sharing what his idea was, and someone would join him and then it would take off. So आपने बहुत कुछ सीखा इतने सालों में, आपने अच्छे खासे टाइम से आप भी करी, आपने बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप से काम किया NIC में, आप भी मैं देखा था कि काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें थी जो कर रहे थे, बहुत सारे बिजनेसेस आपने काम ऑलरेडी किया. What do you think should be the first step that you would recommend to others that they should start off from, while also keeping transparency in mind? और ये हम लोग ये एक जो हमारी चीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा होती है पाकिस्तान में, हो गया था हम अपना आइडिया शेयर नहीं करेंगे, वो चोरी हो जाएगा. तो वो चोरी एक्चुअली होता भी है क्योंकि अब तो सारे आइडियाज मुझे लगता है पब्लिकली होते हैं, हमें सिर्फ करने वाला बनना है. आपके ख्याल से ऐसा क्या चीज़ है जो हमें शुरू करने के लिए करनी चाहिए?
So I think बहुत simple है. First step is just go do it. Like that's the only advice. And like I'll give an example. Like Mr. B says, like for any creator, any YouTuber, I'll give an example that is relevant. It's probably like the person that everyone wants to be. If you're a YouTuber, is the biggest with most earnings.
Right.
Like whenever someone goes to him for advice that I want to be a YouTuber, his advice is come back, make 100 videos, publish them, and then come back, and only then I will advise you. Because that is the advice. Like go, do, publish, and like if I sit in my room, like let's say in Data Darbar's case, they make a beautiful report, read it, go to sleep, never share it with anyone. Like what is even the point of that, right? So you share it with people. What is the worst thing that will happen? 10 people will read it, they will not like it. You do it again, you do it again, you do it again. And then eventually people will start to like it. People will, even if it drives controversy, people hate it. That is publicity. And you build on it. So it's, the advice is simple. Just, if you want to do something, just do it. And like, give it to your customers.
Definitely. आपके थोड़ी इंसाइट लेंगे क्योंकि आपने तो बहुत सालों से काम भी किया है ना.
मैंने actually on the topic of किस तरह से start करना है, my co-founder just told me the name. I was like, I'm in. He was like, नाम उसने ना सुन तो लो आगे क्या, मैं I'm in, नाम अच्छा है, I'm in. So I started working on Data Darbar while I was still working at, I think I was we got the idea when I was working at Kareem. And then throughout my all other jobs from Cheetah to NIC, I was still working on it as a side project. तो मैं ये भी सबको advice नहीं करूँगी कि अच्छा idea है तो काम वाम सब छोड़ के go all in, unless you have the capital to back it up. Unless you don't keep working on it, keep building your team till you get to that place. और जिस तरह idea चोरी की बात है, So if you look at Pakistan, how many health tech startups you know that have raised funding that are exactly the same? You have Marham, you have Ola Doc, you have Sehat Kahani. They have the same doctor, and I know because I'm a big fan of using telemedicine, तो मुझे पता है सब same है. But they've all raised funding. So even if आपको लगता है आपका idea कोई चुरा लेगा, there's still a market. If you look at ride hailing, हमारे पास Careem है, हमारे पास InDrive है, Uber है, Django, Yeezy, I don't know, a million other apps. And there's still a market for them. There's still funding for all of them. So even if you think कि आपका कोई idea चुरा लेगा, the benefits of working in public far outweigh the cons. Unless you have a really, really great idea जो आपको लगता है कि you know it's a real money maker, then
मेरे
maybe
ख्याल से तो
go
किसी
to
का भी आइडिया
founders
ऐसा नहीं होता जो really great नहीं होता ना, unless उसमें वरना वो काम ही तो करना चाहेगा.
Yeah, the uniqueness पे बात करें ना, it's really unique. Like if you look at चलो health tech भी हो गया, trans mobility हो गया, travel and tourism हो गया, book my show, book my spot and all these others. तो इतना कोई inherently unique idea आता नहीं है किसी के पास भी. Even with Data Darbar, you have eye-to-eye insights, you have texture, you have a million other ideas, but there's a market for all of them. Because fund investors have a lot of money, guys. So ऐसा कोई मसला नहीं है. If your idea is the same, people will still want to fund it as long as एक और चीज जो investors and generally सब लोग देखते हैं, that is the founders. People invest in founders. That is why if you guys see एक बहुत clear pattern है. करीम के जितने भी लोग करीम से निकले हैं, a lot of Kareem people have gone on to gone on to make their own startups which have raised a lot of money. So as long as you're a good founder, people will invest in you, in your idea.
You know, definitely a need for a newsletter. You've been really working at it, and you have 10,000 readers or 100,000 readers, and you release a premium version for say $10 a month, and even 10% of people apply for that. That's $20,000 a month out of nowhere for just writing your thoughts. And the first step where you say the advice for people, the main advice would be to face your insecurities first of all, because people trust faces, and the ability to tell stories, to get in front of a camera and really be able to speak your heart without having any misconstraints or opinions of what people may think or what they might tell you is the most important skill that you can ever learn. Because when you start doing that, when you start telling stories, then you realize that behind every great brand that was ever built, whether it be 100 years ago or yesterday, storytelling was the main driving force, because as human beings, we have an invariable desire to tell stories. Back from the days where we painted caves to today where we create short form content where it's dopamine hit after dopamine hit. It's all storytelling. And if you master your own insecurities, and if you master the ability to get in front of a camera, the ability to tell a story, and the ability to give value without expecting anything back, कि मेरा idea चोरी हो जाएगा. Don't talk about your idea, but talk about how you can help other people. Like recently, I made a video about this software where you could translate your voice with lip sync to another language. I speak in English, and it's called HeyGen. And I could have used that to turn it into a product, right? Okay, auto dubbing, we'll do it in 30 minutes. But instead, I gave it that away for free because in the long run, it yields much better results, because that's not my main product. That could have been a good side hustle, but that's not my main product. So being able to, number one, face your insecurities, number two, tell stories, and number three, build in public in the way that you have utter conviction in what you're doing. I think those three things are the main driving force of anyone to be successful, because you don't need investors anymore. You don't need big banks anymore. What you do need is a burning desires to succeed and patience.
I think storytelling में तो बहुत अच्छी एग्जांपल हम रिसेंट की अगर देखें तो वो स्टीव जॉब्स की है कि उसने अपनी सही से स्टोरी दिखा के उसने कैसा सामान तो पहले से ऑलरेडी दिख रहा था, उसने सही से अच्छी तरह में इन्वेंशन भी करी है मैं उसको कहूँगा नहीं. एंड सब्सक्रिप्शन वाला चीज़ पे भी मैं इत्तेफाक रखता हूँ कि थोड़ा सा कंट्रोवर्शियल नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन जैसे वकार ज़का है, he started to put content out there, and then people who wouldn't even buy Netflix started to paying $10 a month for his Facebook.
Yeah.
So and हम लोग अभी देखते हैं कि जिनको 15,000 अगर उनके फॉलो वो ग्रुप में लोग आते भी हैं, that's still like $150,000 that he's making every month. Sitting in Pakistan, so अब नहीं sitting in Pakistan, but जी उस मॉडल पे बहुत सारे लोगों ने काम किया है। हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैं जिन्होंने किए। तो आई वुड रियली वांट टू, तो आखिर में जो आखिरी सवाल है वो मैं नहीं चाहूँगा सवाल पूछूं, बट आई वुड वांट यू गाइस टू ऐड समथिंग दैट यू गाइस थिंक दैट वुड बी more related to the event and to your business, and even if it's a plugin, I think that should be a problem.
I'll let you guys start.
Well, I mean, I could just repeat what I said again, but at the end of the day, like, I think if you're looking to build in Web3, if you're looking to launch a tech community or anything, if you're looking to do anything, start by being comfortable in creating content. Start by being comfortable in putting yourself out there, and don't be afraid of what people say. Don't be afraid of what your boys say. Okay, "Abhi ye kya kar raha hai, ye wo." Like, to hell with all that. Do you have confidence in you and have the confidence to be able to be accepting of the fact that if it doesn't turn out, fuck it.
Yeah, I cannot like put it in better words. Makes sense. Like if you wanna build something, like just take the first step, release the first version as fast as you can, and like put it in front of people, get feedback, iterate, and go from there. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And thanks a lot, you guys, for sort of putting this event together and bringing people in one place. So like keep up the good work.
मुझे तो यहाँ बिठा दिया उन्होंने, जिब्रान ने और अजीत ने मिलकर।
मुझे तो 3 पैनल में बैठा दिया, मिल्क कर दिया मुझे.
Is there anything that you'd like to add?
No, I think they pretty much covered it. But yes, you need to, building in public has a lot of pros and cons. But again, the advantages of building in public far outweigh the cons. You'll need a lot of patience to build in public because there will be a lot of people who will question you, who will criticize you, who will offer their suggestions. Some of them might be really beneficial, some of them might sound really stupid, but you need, as patience said, that you can, be if you're a patient person, building in public is going to be a breeze for you. And yeah.
And I think on content, that how you said just make it. मेरी सबसे पहली वीडियो जो यूट्यूब में मैंने डाली थी 13 साल पहले, वो थी हाउ टू मेक अ जीमेल अकाउंट, और उसके बाद मैंने डाली कि हाउ टू मेक शान बिरयानी, 2.5 लाख व्यूज भी आए. मगर आज मैंने 100 पॉडकास्ट भी कर लिए. मैंने हर दूसरे दिन अपनी कोई ना कोई जो भी मुझे आता था, जो सीखता था, वो मैं सिखाता रहता. तो उसकी वजह से now the respect that I do get, and a lot of people who do know me, it's because of just me telling and putting myself out there. जो मैंने वीडियोस डाली, अभी बहुत सारे लोगों ने ये देखी. So I'm still like trying to make more and more, but आहिस्ता आहिस्ता चीज़ें सही होती रहती हैं, अच्छी होती रहती हैं, and then पहला ड्राफ्ट बना के डालना सबसे ज़रूरी होता है. अगर नहीं डालते तो फिर लोगों को पता ही नहीं जैसे हमने किया क्या और कैसे क्या पोटेंशियल है.
तो ऐसी बात है, because देखो, if you start creating content, your first 100 videos are not going to get anything. You need to be prepared to accept that when I put out a video and it gets 2 likes or 2 views, like be okay with that. Don't just wipe it away कि ये क्या हुआ. Like it's fine. And जैसे आपने बोला आपने शान के बिरयानी, अब आपसे आगे कोई अब पूछे कि यार बिरयानी बनाना तो सिखाओ, आप क्या बोलोगे? ये तो गलत बात है ना यार.
अपनी वीडियो प्लगइन करते हैं.
मैं वही करता हूँ. मैं जो सवाल पूछता है कि मैं तो अपनी वीडियो भेजता हूँ.
Well, you have to start somewhere, and when you do, you have to keep going, because again, your first couple of 100 videos are gonna get no views, but then, like they say, success happens over 10 years, and then all at once.
One last example, I asked someone to build in public, and that person started building in public, लेकिन Twitter पे, और उसके 4 followers थे. मैंने कहा, you're building in public, but for these 4 people, like you need to like actually like build in public where like other people are also there and people you know are there. You need to put it in front of everyone. So it's not for the sake of doing it.
वो चीज़ ना करें कि जंगल में मोर नाचा देगा, तो वो ना करें. सही जगह नाचे जहाँ पे लोग देख भी सकें और आप enjoy कर सकें. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And great panel. I really love it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, guys, for such an amazing and insightful session. Moving on, we have a fireside chat. And for that, I would like to invite Hamza Khan from Binance and Ahmed Hamdan to talk on what's next for the community.
Hello. All right. आज तो लोग शक्ल देख देख के तंग आ जाएंगे. We're getting milked for 3 sessions, but it's okay. ये जो session है, it's about what's next. I'm going to talk about what's next with Hamdan Saad here, who's like a consultant for Web3. But before I begin that, I want to share with you all a personal anecdote. So one of the most common problems I face daily, or have been for the last 3 years, is explaining to my mom what I do on a day-to-day basis. Crypto kya hai? What is blockchain? What is it that you actually do? So much so that I actually ended up blue pilling her. I ended up convincing her about the space, and she ended up putting some of her savings into crypto. Now, be warned before you actually take on this sort of exercise, because at every dinner, given any news, negative news on the ecosystem, which I'm sure all of you know comes every other Monday, the question will be asked, बेटा वो पैसे का क्या हुआ था, वो जो इन्वेस्टमेंट डाली थी? And then my answer है, हाँ आ जाएगा, कोई मसला नहीं, आ जाएगा, टेंशन नहीं है, निकाल लेंगे, बाद में निकाल लेंगे. And within this, अब वो 21 दिन में पैसा जो डबल है वो मैंने बेच रहा हूँ, वो आप भी सोच के थोड़ा बेचेगा. I mean इसमें 21 दिन में पैसा डबल नहीं हो, बट मैंने उनको इतने कॉन्फिडेंस से बताया कि बाद में हो सकता है. Now where does this confidence stem from, right? Does it stem from perhaps us having skin in the game, right? Does it stem from the developments within the space? Perhaps it's more inherent, right? And that's exactly what we're here to discuss today, on what's next. Where does this confidence stem from, and what are we seeing in the near future that actually solidifies our position? With that, I'll do a quick introduction, I think, for those of us that are here. My name is Hamza. I'm a consultant per se for Binance, looking after a few markets in the MENA and South Asia regions. My primary focus is growth and regulation. And from there, prior to this, I had a background in evolving startups as well as consulting them. Join with me is Ahmed Adnan Saab, who is an enigma of sorts, and I still don't understand what he does on a day-to-day. So I'll leave it to you to introduce yourself a little bit, and then we can move into the topic.
Hi guys, how's everybody doing this afternoon? Not that great? Awesome. So my name is Ahmed Hamdan. I'm originally from Sri Lanka. I grew up in the Middle East in Saudi Arabia. I spent about 2 decades in North America. And what I've been doing is I've been in the fintech space and in the technology space, right? So I work for Vanguard out in Hong Kong, trading commodities and currencies and futures. Fast forward, moved into technology, designed and built Microsoft Game Studios, designed and built Microsoft Cloud Infrastructure, took a retirement from the corporate world to participate in the Web3 space about a decade ago. Why? Because I believe it is the future, right? Not just the present. We're at a state where I participate and build great infrastructure for Web2, right? Now I want to be able to build infrastructure for Web3, right? All the way from technology, adoption, and investments, right? So, like Hamza just mentioned, right? Saying, hey, you know what? He took mom's money, put it into something, and said, hey, and then mom goes, where is it? What's going on with it, right? We have to be careful how we invest. And there's a difference between investing and trading, right? Trading means I buy something today and I sell it fast and I know what I'm going to do with it. Investing means I'm going to buy something and hold it for a yield in the future, right? So we need to first differentiate between the two. Now, these are basics. What we're talking about right now is these are the fundamental and foundational elements for Web3 that we're going to be talking about. Not just investment, not just money, but art, music, crafts. How do we marry the real world with the virtual world?
Yeah, definitely. I think you have a very impressive resume, and it keeps getting added on to every time I meet you. But I think that being said, coming back to the conversation of the confidence in the ecosystem, now, both you and I personally, we've interacted with a lot of people over the years within the Web3 ecosystem. And the one thing you'll notice, despite the bear and bull markets, one thing remains consistent, is a positive attitude towards the future of crypto. And this is something that now we embody as well. I think seeing developments from, say, 2017, 2018, where big banking companies were calling this entire space a sham, quote unquote, JP Morgan, right? And today, these same companies are embedding Web3 technologies within their own client services, right? All of this comes from the understanding that, take the example of Web2, right? Where we would consider ourselves currently in a frontier infrastructure. back when the internet launched, back when Google launched, back when the first email service was launched, there was nothing you could really relate to. What could you say? It's something that is online, like sending envelopes or letters to your friends. Really, that didn't really relate to much. But then, slowly but surely, as we started using it, we got familiar with it day to day. And we're currently in that letter era transitioning to emails with Web3, right? That's called the frontier era. In the next 10 years, I think our firm belief is that the technologies and the advancements we've seen, even in the recent years, is transitioning us to that common use of email every day in the next 10 years. And that's what like Web3 technologies would be. Would you concur with that?
I'd agree with that, right? Like the example you quoted earlier about JP Morgan. JP Morgan is in the finance space in the world, right? Everybody goes through JP Morgan's trainings in North America. And they're considered pioneers and founders of finance, right? Now, they kept saying, hey, it's a scam, it's a this, it's a that. Fantastic. But what do they have right now? They currently have their own JPM coin. Why? Because they have belief in it. I mean, they were skeptics, and it's great to be a skeptic. That skeptic did something. They learned about it. They figured out the virtues of it. And they came to the conclusion that if we don't participate, we're going to lose out. Right? Similarly, if you draw a parallel to what's happening with currencies, right? Currencies, as we know it, is cash or coins. Right? Some countries are moving towards CBDC or central bank digital currency. Why? They've been inspired by cryptocurrencies, and they say, hey, here's a better way to use it, right? China has taken the step. A few other countries are looking into it as well. They've got pilot projects going in Japan, right? So evolution's happening as we live. Are you going to participate, or are you just going to watch from the sidelines? Are you going to do something about it and say, hey, how can I make money and capitalize on this? Or are you going to just be watching and saying, hey, well, it's happening. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, agreed. I think talking about JPM, I think they have skin in the game now, much like my mother. So yeah, I think it makes sense why they're evolving, why they're getting used to it times. I think one of the things obviously is regulation. Now with new fields, we need to understand how do we want to monitor this space? How do we want to make it safe for everyone newly that joins, right? So regulations has been a key part. Bahamas is a good example actually, where the regulators are more innovative than the innovators itself. So regulations for them comes first and innovators follow suit. In many other countries in the world, including that of some of the bigger names, innovation comes first and regulations follow. Hopefully we'll see that case with Pakistan, right?
Absolutely. See, Bahamas is a tiny island in the middle of nowhere, like right? If you take Bahamas into consideration, right? Bahamas, you could fit 5 or more Bahamas in Karachi alone, right? Their population's tiny as well. Take it down to Pakistan, right? We're doing innovations as well. Our regulators are looking into this, whether you say, hey, they're doing something about it or not. Behind the scenes, they're learning as well what they can do. How can they be? How can it be adopted in the country, right? Because it is going to hit them like a tsunami hits a nation. Right? They are working on things, right? They are learning, and they're going to figure out how to adopt it. At some point, they're going to come up with some sort of a sandbox to say, hey, here are some rules, start playing with it, and they will learn, we will learn, consumers will learn as well. Right? Consumers, there will be people who cheat, people who steal, people who participate, people who don't participate. So the rules will start coming in, whether we like it or not. And then adoption continues.
Yeah, for me, I think confidence, apart from regulations, comes from the adoption itself. Let's look at Africa, right? A lot of emerging markets there, much like ours. Within Africa, that is considered currently to be the smallest Web3 ecosystem. However, most African markets are within the top 10, top 20 in terms of adoption. Why is that? They have embedded each dollar of money that comes into their countries within their daily lifestyles, within buying groceries, within doing daily stuff, right? And
consumption in general.
It's consumption in general. And this is really what's interesting because no regulations, right? where we're still looking at an unregulated market, a market that's looking to study into this, and a market that has been bullish on crypto for the last, 5 years. You see founders from that space working on stuff like e-Naira, right, which is a digital Naira transaction, right, with digital money. And people use that day to day. People are generating value for themselves locally by using international funds. And that's what's really, really crazy. Why aren't we not doing something like this in Pakistan? So really what's next, I feel like, is a flavor of all of these combined, taking an anecdote from someone maybe in a rural area, having access to this sort of technology, but you might argue maybe they don't have internet access or broadband access. Yes, but yes, that's part of Web3 too, enabling access. That's the entirety of Web3. That's the gist of the space. So for that to happen, telcos need to follow, regulations need to happen. A lot of the players have to work together. But I think what can we do as individuals? How can we contribute to the next 10 years? And that really stems from your own products, your own skin in the game. Again, much like my mother, within this space. And from there, I feel like that's what makes the space possible. And that's what makes it a very familiar technology for us and the next skin within the next 10 years. I think that's what I feel like is a flavor or an essence on what's next. I think generally how communities would evolve perhaps would be a function of how companies would treat them, how privacy laws are sort of respected, how transactions are made more seamless. You mentioned to me prior to this on how even in the UK, right, in the Europe, a lot of companies are focusing on an EU-wide regulation and building on top of that. Right, so it's really, really, I feel like really interesting to see. The more you look into it, the more you find.
So it boils down to, let's step back a little bit, zoom out a little bit, right? How many of you guys are into music? Okay. How many of you guys are into art? Fantastic. Now, some people create art, right? And if you were to say, hey, I'm only going to sell this art or make it available digitally, you're driving a community, right? If people want to see your art, the only way they can see it is through a link you send them. And if you say, hey, if you want to buy it or consume it, this is the only way you're going to consume it, right? Whether it's through a token or something else, or participation in some activity, doing something, and then paying something, right? You drive this demand, right? So things are not going to happen just like that. You have to participate actively, create a community, and commonly do something. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So it's in your control and not in the control of somebody else. Say, hey, you can only buy it for money or cash. You can determine and say, hey, if you give me dollars, if you give me sterling, I'll give it to you. Otherwise, I'm not interested.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's in your hands.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. It's definitely in your hands. And I think a lot of what we said is easier said than done, right? And that's something we'll see as we evolve to the frontier of the technology that we're in right now, from fringe to familiarity, as we're looking at it in the next 10 years at least. And this technological shift will require a lot more participation.
Absolutely.
It really will. So what's next isn't, I would say, isn't just a topic, it's more of a call to action.
No, what's next is what you guys do. How do you create that demand? What do you do to say, hey, you know what, I want, for you to, for somebody to be able to consume my products, services, or art, right? This is the only way for you to participate or see it, buy it, play with it. It's in, you control that destiny, right? And then demand that from either the technologies or the technology providers or the solution providers to create that for you, right? It's up to you. It's in your hands. You got to do something, right? That's the call to action, I would say.
Yeah, 100%. So what's next, again, is a call to action, I think, for all of us here today, including us, on how we can really, really adapt this and, essentially add value not to only to the ecosystem, but ourselves and our peers as well.
And dream and play.
Yeah, 100%. And hopefully at the end of the day, itna masla nahi hoga to convince your parents and ghar walon ko on, making that next investment. So hopefully I'll follow up with, once the bull market comes back in, on how my mother treated that. So Again, thanks to all for listening. I think we had to share a small flavor of what this space is, what we think this space might evolve into, and how we're currently at a critical inflection point where we can actually add value that might give us massive returns in the next few years.
Thank you, guys. Anybody have any questions? Quick. All right. Thank you, guys. Go ahead.
Take control of direction, right? It's more about going up there and being part of it. Are there any examples that we could perhaps refer to and draw inspiration from that might help us be more motivated with this?
Yeah, so there's a lot of Pakistani founders now. I don't know अगर सारे sessions सबने यहाँ लिए, but I'm sure ये mention हुआ होगा कि look at any major company, look at any major Web3 company. You'll see there's a lot of Pakistani founders within that, Pakistani team members that actually make part of the core team, right? There's quite a few examples, including that of Board Apes, right? We have some people here today that have been part of that growth. There's quite a few examples. I think homegrown examples such as there's one Lums one that grew out and is one of the biggest Bitcoin players in the world. Actually, the only one that's building dApps on top of Bitcoin, which is crazy to think about. The only one in the world is a Pakistani founded company. Correct, sorry. So Stacks is a good example, right? There are other examples as well. I think just look into any big company name and look at the core team. You're going to see a lot of that. There's a lot of local examples. A lot of those were panelists here today. A lot of those were speakers here today, and hopefully tomorrow as well. Yourself as well, Mustafa, that are working in the space to actually get value out. So this, I feel like there's quite a few.
Here's an example, right? With the 6th largest population in this country and the 5th largest consumer of wallets and having funded wallets in the world, right? There's a lot of stuff happening underground, right? Not because it's illegal or something, but because people don't know, right? You're learning from people outside the country. There's so much that you can do inside. Participate in activities like this. Host activities like this. Create workshops for other people to learn, right? And say, hey, and share what you've learned so that other people can consume from it and do something with it, right? Create an organic growth of what you're doing within Web3. That's what I would suggest.
Agreed. And with that, thank you all for listening. Hopefully we provided some insights and values into what we expect this scene to be. And hopefully we'll see you all in the next shift. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Hamza and Ahmed. Next up, I'd like to invite Hira Tariq to deliver a keynote session on strategies to overcome imposter syndrome. Do we have a clicker? Hi everyone, Assalamu alaikum. So how's the day going so far for everybody? So my session is a bit interactive, just so I can get to know everybody. Can I get a raise of hands of all the students sitting over here? Okay, and founders? Okay, and professionals, tech professionals, others? Who are the rest of the people then? Who are not raising hands? Okay, I think we should start the session. Koi baat nahi, it's okay. So can I have the next slide, please? Hey, so I'm Hira. I work with a UK-based restaurant group called The Bob as a community manager. And I'm also working on my little startup called Nerd Girls Club. It's in stealth mode, so it's not out yet. But we'll soon launch, inshallah.
And I run the Google Developers community here in Karachi as a volunteer as well. Can I have the next slide, please? Can anybody tell me what do they understand by the term imposter syndrome? I can give you the mic, please. Would anyone like to give it a go? Yeah, sure.
I think somebody wants to be an imposter, urge to be an imposter, pretend to be someone else. That's my understanding.
I feel like imposter syndrome is something when a person feels like all their achievements they just happen by luck. Like they did not deserve those achievements, and they feel like they are a fake amongst people, and that whatever they earned is not because of their talent, and it just happened to them. So I guess, yeah. Absolutely. Would anyone else like to give it a go? No? Okay. Can I have the next slide, please? So yeah, the inability to accept your own achievements and thinking all the time, okay, I'm a fraud, I don't know what I'm doing. If I have a promotion or I just got promoted a year back or a month back, you keep feeling, okay, I don't deserve this place. Somebody in the audience feels that way? Okay. So yeah, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. So I would like to share a little story of mine. When I wasn't even a graduate, I was working with a startup in the blockchain services, it was a blockchain services company. And I was the first girl who joined the company. And I was looking after their marketing and content writing. When I joined, I was a student. I kept feeling, I don't belong here, I don't belong here. After 6 months, they make me the marketing lead, and I'm like, okay, I don't deserve this, I don't deserve this, because it was just 6 months into my job, right? Then I left that company after 1.5 years or so, and I joined another, an incubation center, a local incubation center here. And that was the biggest incubation center in Karachi, and it still is. So I joined that, and when I got interviewed for that, I was also a student, right? I didn't graduate as yet. And it was 2 to 3 months, मेरे exams होने वाले थे, my final exams, last year exams. And I remember it was the third phase of the interview, and the VP of delivery comes in, flies from Islamabad, takes my interview with 2 other people, including my boss. And he asked me, do you believe that you'll pull it off because you're just a student right now? But I feel that the past work that you've done and your CV tells that you're talented. And if we hire you, we will believe in you, and you'll be an exceptional case because we've never hired a student before. And I was like, okay. And I went back home thinking, कि यहाँ तो मेरा नहीं होने वाला. Honestly, I don't deserve this. Why would they hire me? I'm a student. I don't deserve it. They won't hire me. After a while, they called me up and they were like, we want to work with you. And it was a surprise to me because I kept thinking, I don't deserve it. Some months into the job, I started getting great feedback from the startup. So my basic job was here, was in the community space. I was looking after the startup community, mainly. And after 3 months, my boss left. So I was looking after the whole team all by myself. Still a new graduate, a very fresh graduate. 1 mahina hua tha mujhe graduate hue हुए. And I still, when I look back, I'm like, okay, wasn't this a bit crazy? But I was managing it all by myself, sometimes alone, sometimes pulling off extra hours and overworking and whatnot. But I was managing it. But after a while, our new boss comes in and they start talking about my promotion and everything. And it was just 1 year into my job. And I was like, okay, do I deserve this? I did deserve it. I was pulling in the extra hours. I was working hard. I was giving extra. and I was doing my best, right? But the voice in my head, can I have the next slide, please? But these voices kept running down in my head. So many doubts. I was full of doubts all the time. And I don't know if you can relate to any of these thoughts and doubts, but I could, and I kept hearing them from my own head, from my own self, from my own mind. A lot of people who knew me and the startup that I was managing directly, the founder that I was managing, they loved working with me and they loved the work that I did. But it was just me who was pulling myself down. You know, there's a lot of like external stressors and issues going on in everybody's life. That's normal. That's natural. But if you are pulling yourself down, that's the worst that anyone can do to themselves. But so yeah, that's a little bit of background of imposter syndrome, and why I wanted to share my personal story is because that I feel a lot of people can relate to it, and I see a lot of people nodding as well here and smiling, because yes, I know that this is not. Can I have the next slide, please? We're not alone. Yes, when I was a postgraduate, because I was a student, I didn't have a lot of exposure. I kept thinking it's just me who's feeling this way. And when I started talking about it after a year or two, I realized it was so many people. It was my director who was 30, 35 years of experience. He experienced that. So many people, like I talked to so many people about it, and then I realized that I'm not alone. Can I have the next slide, please? So, yeah, 1/3 of a younger generation around the world suffers from imposter syndrome, and 70% of the people worldwide experience this feeling sometime in their lives. And when I started researching about it, I started getting to know more about imposter syndrome. I realized that it's okay. It's just fine. You just have to keep going. You don't have to tell yourself that I don't deserve this promotion. I don't deserve that. When the world is telling you otherwise, when the world is giving you that promotion. Can you have the next slide, please? So what do we do about it? Let's talk about some strategies. And over here, we'll do very quick activities that that will also be engaging. So yeah, let's start. Can I have the next slide, please? So one way is reframing your thoughts. This is a very difficult thing to do, honestly, if you're doing it alone. I had a life coach who helped me reframe my thoughts. And when I started taking that coaching, then only I realized कि मैं अपने आप को, I mean, again, externally बहुत चीजें थी, but then अपने आप को भी, I was constantly telling myself, I'm too young to speak on the stage. I'm too young to host. I'm just a woman. I don't know anything. And that was my coach asked me to write down my thoughts, and then she started asking me, okay, how would you reframe them, and how would you talk to your best friend when they come up to you with a similar problem? And that's where I started thinking, okay, would I tell this to my best friend, that you're not good enough, you don't know this, you don't know that? So yeah, reframing your thoughts. I would suggest if you can afford a life coach, you should definitely try it once in your lifetime. It's amazing. It will really help you. Can I have the next slide? And okay. Yeah, the previous one. It's the belly body. Okay, so over here, I would like all of us to take out the phone notes app if you have, or maybe a paper or pen, and write down 5 skills that you can teach. It could be anything. It could be cooking, it could be communication, it could be a tech skill, non-tech skill, anything. And just write it down. Can you please? And if any one of if any one of us would like to share their list or 2, 3 skills with all of us, you can raise your hand and I'll give you the mic and you can share. Would you like to share? Oh, sure.
Hi, I'm Sheza. I illustrate and I also like write poetry and I craft and paint and stuff. So I would like to teach all that other stuff to other people as well.
Sorry, my shoes are heavy. My name is Iman, and I love to draw. I love to act. I love to paint, and I love poetry too. And I love to bake. I love this activity. It's so cute.
Would anyone else like to share? No? Oh, I love the girls.
Okay, hi, my name is Sana Idris, and I do photography, editing, social media, and content. So I think I can teach pretty much all of it. Yeah.
Hello, Hira. What I teach is, my name is Kamran Ahmed, and what I exactly teach is photography, color grading, designing, and how to make an Instagram aesthetic reels, and none other than bike riding.
Teach me that, bike riding. Thank you so much, everybody. How do you feel after doing that? Why dangerous? So the idea behind writing these skills down is to remind yourself, to reframe yourself that, hey, I have something to give back. That's the only idea. Really. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is like the last activity, the very small activity that we have. And can you write any 10 accomplishments, 5 personal and 5 professional accomplishments? Yeah, you can take your time. We have time, right? We have time, right? Yeah. And whenever you're done and you would like to share, please go ahead. Okay, who would like to share? Yay.
Hey, so my name is Rafe, and 1 year ago I started. I used to work alone with 2 of my partners, Hassan and Zan, and I'm a filmmaker and I do editing and all this stuff. And 1 year later, I have an agency of like 20+ people, and I also got top rated plus on Upwork, and I just crossed $100K this year.
That's amazing, mashallah. Who else wants to go?
My name is Mohammed Abdullah. So basically, the phone is that I was the president MUN Society at my college. I hosted our first ever MUN. I was the president English Literature Society. I'm one of Pakistan's best English speakers and orators. I've won 3rd position at a national level competition. I recently attended Markhor, which is a wilderness press conference. I was the Markhor icon for that. I'm the campus ambassador for Ummah Welfare Trust. I'm the deputy campus director for the Burak Association. And I'm in the executive council of the IB, etc. And there's much more to add.
Wow, mashallah. Okay, would anyone else like to go? You?
Assalamu alaikum. मेरा नाम हमाद है. Little non-professional, लेकिन I went to study abroad, so you know how everybody talks about homesickness and everything. So I started just inviting people over for chai every Friday, and that ended up turning into just making chai every Friday for 2 years at my house and connecting about over 1,000 people. Or even though मैं वापस आ गया हूँ, it's still going over there. So something that's nice.
That's actually amazing. Do we have time to take 1 or 2 people more? Do we have time? You don't have that? Okay. Would anyone like to go though? Last one? No? You don't? Okay. Okay, so this was the end of our session and our little activity. The reason why, I'm not sure how you guys feel though, after writing down your own accomplishments. These are like three strategies that were trained by the Google team to remind ourselves that we're good enough. We have done so many things in the past, like he mentioned that only calling people to his house to initiate conversation, very little step to initiate conversation has, changed so much massively. I don't know which country it was. America? So it changes a lot. And we have done so much in our lives that we should all be proud of. Next time you get a promotion, remind yourself that you deserve it. And if you feel like you don't deserve it, this and that, right? Use these three strategies, very simple, but very effective, very impactful. And yes, never let anybody tell you that you're not good enough, because you are. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much, Hira. I loved how interactive and relatable your session was, and I hope you guys did too. Next up, we have a very interesting session, a keynote session. It's called Regulation versus Acceptance, and for that, we have Zishan Ahmed from Binance. Rehan Asif from Binance, who will be joining us to deliver this keynote session.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So just a brief introduction about myself. I'm not sure whether you guys we had an interaction before or not, or since we have been doing a lot of events in Pakistan. So this is Rohan Asif, and I'm the community manager for Binance in Pakistan. Today, the topic that we have chosen is more focused towards the regulation side of things, because this is something that we have been avoiding for a while as well, because we have been prudent with this particular topic because it has its own repercussions that might arise after a while. So now, in all the events, can you guys hear me clearly, right? Yeah, all good. Okay, perfect. So when we talk about regulations and policy making all around the globe, we all know that mass adoption would come once things of crypto or Web3 as a space is regulated. I know there are a few people in every household. Take an example of my household. I'm the only one who trades in crypto. My father, siblings, and they're all like, it's not something, they just reach me out on the day when it makes the all-time high, or the market crashes, or some famous crypto influencer says something about the exchange, or in general as a Web3 as a whole. So when we talk about the regulation in Pakistan, how the future would look like within 2 to 3 years from now, or even 5 years. We all have been looking at different chain analysis numbers, which states that Pakistan is now on the 9th, sometimes on 6th, sometimes on 3rd. So does that mean that are we falling behind? Or is this number, or where the new countries are catching up, or there has been more adoption in India and any other markets like Vietnam, Nigeria? A lot of countries are obviously introducing their CBDCs and all other digital assets in some form or the other. So now, crypto and regulations. So what we have in common, we often talk about policy making, how this would be done, how this would be the new framework in the crypto space. But I think we do have certain similarities. All the policymakers have 3 pointers to focus mainly on. That's mainly market hygiene. They want to talk about user protection and, of course, the platform security, because there have been instances in the past which state that crypto somehow or the other is not safe, their funds are not safe, and there's somewhat stigma or taboo attached to it. So there are a few misconceptions that we really want to clear about crypto as a whole. People say money laundering happens through crypto, right? So just for the fact, there was a report of US financial crime data that I'm quoting off, which states that almost $800 billion to 200 trillion. Yes, $800 billion to 2 trillion are laundered every year through the traditional fiat space, whereas for crypto, it's just 0.03. So if we focus on the numbers, that is almost 2.5% of the global GDP, how the money is laundered in the traditional conventional system that all have been wrong for since ages. So again, what regulators mainly need when we go to them, or any other exchange or the crypto player goes to them for policy making or the stuff what they want to know, is whether it would do more harm than good, or they'll suffer somehow or the other. Similar conversations with this platform I would like to highlight that we have also initiated in Pakistan. There hasn't been solid framework, or I would say a result that you can expect within 2-3 years maybe, because this is something a new infrastructure needs to be built for Pakistan as well. You must have seen that we are regulated entities in different markets like Italy, Spain, and Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Middle East. We have like a lot of licenses. Even in the US, which has been in a discussion for a while, we have obtained like 25 state licenses, even in the US market. So with that being said, the policymakers, the ex-government officials, a majority of them are the employees of Binance now. So the reason to hire them, the reason to have that fraternity in this ecosystem was so we have a better understanding what we think or what the regulators think. The space is new, the space is nascent, but at the same time, the concern from the governments and the regulated entities is obviously has been that the consumers would be safe or not. There have been certain scams that have happened in Pakistan previously and the other markets all around the globe, which obviously tarnishes the image of crypto as a whole. We still stand in a bear market these days, but what the next bull cycle would look like or what the adoption would really mean. We always mention that our scope, our vision needs to be of long term. We have to look at what the scope would look like in the next 10 years in this ecosystem. A lot of companies, big players, you must have seen, are accepting payments in crypto. Many exchanges have already made their apps a super app where you can book hotel, pay through crypto and stuff. But what's the real utility for the regulators in the end? And can we actually see the future of security exchanges merging with the crypto exchanges? We all have been talking about Bitcoin ETFs, BlackRock, and all other hot topics that you guys usually read on different broadcasting channels as well. But at the same time, the goal is simple: mass adoption. And how that would come would obviously a free and fair crypto regulation. That is all what we are looking forward. One more thing that I would like to highlight: there are two aspects to regulation, because I know this conversation would start again and again within different markets as well. There was one point: what's good regulation and what's bad regulation? Or as Easy mentioned, smart regulation or dumb regulation. So when we talk about dumb regulation, it is something that where the narrative shared is mainly focused towards where they say we want to minimize the risk, we want to protect the user. So don't go with it, close it. Do you guys think it's the solution or not? That's up to your discretion what you guys decide. Then there comes a point which we focus on, or which we emphasize on, where we advise people that the narrative has to be pro-innovation, pro-business, whether your economy can grow or not. If I tell you about some numbers of MENA, where Pakistan actually stands, because we do not have a solid ground of marketing of crypto in the region as of yet, but we still stand very high than other MENA markets and other markets in the South Asian countries if we compare it with. So what this means that people are already prone to crypto, whether it's security guard in general, standing at a hotel. I would just share an incident where we were doing an event in Multan, a local community meetup. Even at the airport, we were meeting people that were like, if we were wearing Binance shirt, and they were like, "Sir, can we have this Binance shirt? My son trades on Binance." So the point of making this is mass adoption to an extent has already happened. Adoption is there from low SEC class people to the higher ones. They are all in this ecosystem already. What we want to do is mainly build the space for the people, build the future, help people to, we just want to educate people so that they can make informed decisions. And when the right time arrives, they at least have an idea of what to do about it. With that being said, I'll try to close this session. I think I have taken a lot of time, but if you guys have any questions regarding regulation or in general about Binance, feel free to ask. Otherwise, we'll call it off. No questions? All good? Sorry. I think I have bored all of you. Anyway, thank you very much, guys.
Hello, hello. All right, this is working. For the third time today, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for bearing with me. This session is focused on the future of finance. I'm your host, Hamza Khan. I hail from Binance, and with me are esteemed guests on the topic matter. More likely, you can consider them experts on the subject matter even. $3.7 trillion. Finance has always been at the forefront of advancing innovation. And we're here to explore what lies ahead, what is within that 3.7 trillion change that we're expecting. So let's dive into the panel with these experts that we have today. Gentlemen, some ground rules. The panel is set to be for 20 minutes. I would love that our responses are set for a maximum of 2 minutes, but I love for us to have a free-flowing conversation. So if you feel like the need to add value to another speaker's answer, feel free to do so. And with that, I'll turn to our excellent panel, who I'd love for them to introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Furkan.
Thank you. I think you can hear me as well. So my name is Furkan. I am just like you guys. I am Gen Z. Graduated recently from Habib University with a computer science major and a music minor. So surprising to be here in the fintech panel. I started a venture of my own, which is YPay Financial Services. It is an investment app, as we are talking about investment. So over to you, Science Bite.
Hi everyone, my name is Tenan D'Souza. I am a co-founder to a company called Investors Lounge. I'm unfortunately not Gen Z. I'm quite senior, but what we do, Investors Lounge, what it does is it combines courses, financial intelligence and gamification to train people of your age of how to invest in Pakistan's financial markets. So yeah, excited to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers. Hopefully we'll have a good session.
My name is Zan Mustafa. I work at Neem, where I lead the platform function. We have spent 2 years building Neem up. Neem is a banking service platform designed for underserved markets, starting from Pakistan but looking globally. What we do is we build tailored financial solutions for different segments of society where we feel that there's a need for custom solutions.
Yeah, thanks for the intros, gentlemen. I think apart from the financial experts we have on the stage here, it feels like we have a few backbenchers that seem like financial experts. I think talking about the subject matter already, I don't think they seem to. I think they seem to agree with the statement. But without further ado, gentlemen, I'd love to put this first question on the floor. How do you think digitization, fintech innovations, and the emergence of Web3 has affected traditional banking and financial services? And what are the implications of these to consumers and businesses alike? So we'll start with you.
So I think
how many of you have already opened their first bank accounts here in Pakistan? Just a show of hands. I think most of you. If I ask you right now, how many of you will be able to leverage a lending or financing facility from that bank? Do you think a bank आपको अभी आज loan देगा आपके bank accounts में? No. And this is the traditional banking system that we existed. Just to give you an example, imagine a world where, just like my friend mentioned that he has been working on NFT art for a while, and there are a lot of people who have been working on digital assets that you guys hold. Imagine a banking system where you can leverage that as collateral and take a lending facility for your higher education, or even for whatever business you want to pursue in your life. This is the world that we are talking about with just this example. So Web3, Metaverse bhi aaya tha beech mein, NFT, we're talking about blockchain. These are the things that will completely shift how the traditional banking system works, how lending will work, how investment will work, and how your assets will be secured in the future. So I think that was a brief answer to your question. I think Sanabhai would be able to add.
Okay, Sanbhai, do you have a view on this matter as well?
So I think Furqan's covered the consumer part very well. That's how it looks and it's shaping up to be. One of the things I've noticed as part of when we were we were a B2B platform, is with working with financial institutions, nobody took it seriously. But now it seems to be an existential threat for banks. Yeah, शुरू में ये था कि कोई बच्चों वाली चीज होगी, Web3, will it materialize, will it not, is it like the metaverse of sorts? Now there is a growing recognition in C-level executives. I think Bain did a survey on this. 65% of banking executives across globally now admit that either they will face a threat or they will have to adopt and adapt to whatever is coming. So I think that is a growing recognition in banks, and they'll have to adapt because now the world is open to everybody who wants either funds or investments in any case, Web3 real estate.
All right, that's an interesting take. I mean, threat. Why do you think nowadays a lot of the people that are transitioning to this new environment or adapting to it consider this as a threat? Do you seem like coexistence is a better answer towards this?
So my view on this, or my discussion with them, is without taking any names, if you followed Pakistani banks, especially in Pakistan, slow to move, right? Slow to bring up products. The market demands something, and the response comes after maybe 3 years, 5 years. That's that deficit or the lag. This time, I think now that they're coming up to task, we'll have to somehow or the other bring in new people, bring in fresh minds, bring in young people who are better or well versed with this technology, and then they'll have to change. Otherwise, the bureaucracy, red tape, generally across the 34, 35 banks, has been an inhibition for them to adapt and change.
Okay, that's interesting. So talking about learning and inclusion, right? Obviously, yourself at NEEM, you focus on the mission of financial inclusion. How do you see, at what point do you see Web3 being a topic that comes up within the financial inclusion journey of a new person within the space? After learning about banking, when does it really start?
I think that is, it's an interesting question that you asked. I think it matters. 2 years ago, Morgan Stanley decided that their clients would now start investing into asset classes as crypto. So something, a lot of advancement has happened in other markets. If I talk about the local context, I think there is still a long way to go for us in terms of getting the basics in place first. What Sen was talking about, I absolutely agree with it, that local banks have been slow to respond, and they're still quite slow to respond to changing market dynamics. I think that is where what we have been doing at NEEM for the past 2 years, building those local payment rails, building those next generation of products, sitting on top of the current banking structures. The idea is to distribute these products to the grassroots level to all of these underserved segments that are not currently covered by the high street bank. So HBL may have some offerings, for example, for women. But is it really for women, or is it just a normal vanilla product that has been renamed as a HBL Nisa, right? So these things don't really solve something, right? So The idea is, can you build something that's more tailored, which can actually solve these problems? And so I think for sure the Web3 would play a major part, but I think we still have to do a bit of homework first to get there.
Okay, I think that can be construed as somewhat of a challenge to incorporate someone within the space and financial inclusion in general. What other challenges do you see to getting people into the stage where Web3 is at currently? We'll start with this.
So I think nothing that is new, even if you study history, if you even have to study Web 1.0, or if you study the first time that markets went, that trading went electronic. There was an entire campaign that ran for months and years just to increase adoption and understanding. So the most important rail right now would be education. What we do in terms of education for this space, not just people who are young and easy to catch on, but people who sit. When I was mentioning financial institutions, one of the problems is also regulation. I don't want to pinpoint it, but the regulator as well, right? So, and you've unfortunately been part of this, but it takes a lot for change to happen. Yes, it comes from the bottom, but the people at the top have to start moving a lot more swiftly. So I think education is one, and the others would be regulation. This entire space is about technically no regulation, but it's hard to imagine a world in which this is effective and is executable without the regulator bending and adjusting and adapting, their stance and the policy. So hopefully, let's see if the sandboxing brings enough results.
Yeah, perhaps one of the pain points that a lot of regulators bring in, right, is the whole aspect of volatility within this asset class, how that's not good for the consumer, right? Within that, what for now, until we see sustainable regulations come in, what are some of the strategies you feel like individuals and businesses alike can partake when coming into the space for the first time? And this can be based on the financial methodologies of old, but what are some strategies you would say would make business and individuals risk averse when coming into it?
So I can comment on the consumer, I think, a lot well, because that's our space. That's actually also Furqan's space. But let me see if, how many of you have actively invested in cryptos?
Or tried
to. What was and how many of you are still actively invested? Okay.
That's a fair good number.
So the people who dropped their hands, why did you stop investing?
Any reasons?
All right. So how many of you invested in stocks? So very different set of people. My point is, yes, volatility is a big problem, but that's also the opportunity that lies for traders, right? Massive price swings, which people find very attractive. There is a certain sex appeal to the amount of returns that crypto brings in. But the methods and the principles of risk management should remain the same. So if you've traded stocks, or if you're an active trader, crypto mein, you've probably heard of stop losses or profit taking, right? वो तो principles change नहीं होंगे. You still have the same principles applied to crypto, probably more so because एक market है जो maybe 7 घंटे खुली रहती है, जिसके breakers मौजूद हैं 5% ऊपर पे log 5% नीचे पे log, उसके अंदर भी stop loss होता है. Crypto में because the volatility is a lot more, you have to be a lot more educated about what you can do. Again, it comes back down to how organizations like YPay, how organizations like Binance, and these bring out these innovative educational solutions that really attract the attention of the masses.
Right, I think makes sense. Talking about solutions in general, right? Obviously, the product itself has quite a big role to play, right? Adapting stop losses into new segments, into new products and verticals. That's something itself the product needs to implement. Talking about product implementation with blockchain, it has the potential of making financial operations and all of its necessities very transparent and very clean, per se. It would essentially help reduce fraud. And these are some of the top-level benefits that we look at when discussing this technology. How do you think it would play a role in transforming finance as it is currently? Start with you, Furqan.
So I think Sayan Bhai has already covered this point, but it has two context or two way to answer this. I think from the consumer side, I think we need to be well aware of the fundamentals, as he mentioned, because I think the fundamentals of the finance never change. Whether are we talking about the traditional finance or whether are we talking about the modern day technology, whether it is a blockchain technology or Web 3.0 or anything related to that. From the government side, I think the government needs to understand that what the potential customers or the new customers want. इसकी एक बेसिक एग्जांपल है, आप ये देखें पाकिस्तान जैसे मुल्क में आपने क्योंकि एज ए टेस्ट कंट्री किया है, आप एक HEC की एक आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन कमीशन का एक पैनल था, आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ दैट पैनल एंड आई वाज पिचिंग टू दैट पैनल के एक विलेज था सिंध के अंदर जिसमें एक रोड बन रही थी एंड सरप्राइजिंगली आप उसका मैं आपको सिर्फ अलमिया बता रहा हूँ कि उस रूम में 15 मर्द हजरात बैठे हुए थे सूटेड बूटेड और दे वर डिस्कसिंग कि किस तरह गांव में एक सड़क बिछनी चाहिए विदाउट इन्वॉल्विंग एनी ऑफ द स्टेक होल्डर फ्रॉम दैट विलेज. सो दिस माइंडसेट हैज टू चेंज. आप जिसके लिए जो प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं या जो रेगुलेशंस ला रहे हैं उस ऑडियंस को इन्वॉल्व करना बड़ा जरूरी है, वेदर दे आर जेन ज़ी और वेदर दे आर नॉट इवन 18 ईयर ओल्ड. So I think the government needs what they can do. जैसे sandbox इन्होंने एक किया है, so I think they can involve. They could create a mini sandbox where university students or high school kids, even below the age of 18, can also participate in that aspect. And I think we can come up with regulations that could produce some kind of innovation that we would have never thought of either from the government side or either from the consumer side. I think this collaboration needs to happen. For the development of this sector.
So battery is a vast space, right? So there are some things in there that are sort of today crypto being one, which is today is not allowed, all those things, right? But blockchain as a fundamental technology is not regulated. That has nothing to do with any of the rest. So we were talking about earlier about what business can do today. They can adopt technology and just use their technology in their businesses, in processing different payments, in contracting, all those. So the use case is already there. It's just a matter of getting the technology into the hands of the businesses so they can start using it.
Right. I think I'm a little too interested in what Furqan said about talking to the government and how stakeholders should actually converse with each other. So the next time you're in their office, do let them know. You all together, right? Let's discuss the role of artificial intelligence and machine learning in finance and how much they're advancing nowadays. So how do you think these technologies transform the various aspects of the current financial system and such as risk assessment and consumer assistance? We'll start with you.
So how many of you have heard of machine learning and AI? So thankfully everybody's heard of it, right? There's two ways in finance. Actually, my segment is mostly mine. I think Furqan's as well. Is investment management. So it's machine learning both on risk assessment side, on the prediction side, and on the customer service side. ये तीनों में machine learning और AI. There's been a lot of development abroad. Even in the region, it's not just to do with the most developed markets in the world. Unfortunately, Pakistan, we are going through the sandboxing thing. Yeah. We have robo-advisory licenses, both of us. So in so far as much as a machine मुझे बता सके, understanding thousands of variables, कि एक स्टॉक अगला अपना जो स्टेप है वो कहाँ लेगा, एक कंपनी की प्राइस, स्टॉक की प्राइस अगली स्टेप कहाँ लेगी, that is one of those things, right? अगर एक एनालिस्ट को, अगर एक फंड मैनेजर को मुख्तलिफ चीजों, because see there are people who are creative enough to know that even a ship that docks at a certain time or leaves the dock at a certain time, how much time is required for the ship to reach, will have some sort of influence on the company's inventory and therefore the company's profitability and therefore the stock price. It's just a matter of everybody here understanding कि वो क्या variables हैं, and then there is machine learning and AI to help. AI specifically has a lot to do with, अब अगर हम देखें, none of us in Pakistan have had the concept of financial coaches or financial advisors. You have a mutual fund agent, you have a brokerage agent, you have an insurance agent. उससे अगर आपने गलती से भी पूछ लिया कि आप जो मुझे बोल रहे हैं या मुझे क्यों बेच रहे हैं, उनके पास जवाब नहीं होगा. So that is the kind of sales pitch you are getting, and you will unfortunately have to act on, which will most of the time be incorrect advice. This offers you a chance to merge ML, AI, all of them together to get a very intelligent financial advisor who customizes and tailors financial advice according to your personality, your demands, your requirements. That, I feel, is going to be a very exciting space.
Who do you think is the...
इतना अच्छे तो डायलॉग था भी नहीं.
So who do you think is actually benefiting from that the most? Individuals, the business, the brokerages themselves?
So I think brokerages के लिए तो ये issue है, because model issue है. Brokerage के लिए, and we understand that हम लोगों का space ये है, we understand कि broker जो है वो आपको trade करवाने में interested है. जितना आप trade करेंगे ज़्यादा, उतना broker का पैसा बनेगा ज़्यादा. But that is not always going to be the right advice for you. You are not supposed to trade all the time. अब अगर एक impartial, given की ये assumption है कि वो impartial financial advisor आपके सामने, तो बोले देखो, आपके पास 6 लाख रुपए हैं, ये SIP बना लो, इतने पैसे यहाँ लगा लो, इतना पैसा ये अब टोकनाइज होना शुरू हो गया, रियल एस्टेट, इसमें इतना लगा लो, गोल्ड इतना उठा लो, हर महीने हर दिन मुझे बताता है कि यार ये बेच दो, ये खरीद लो, ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स. दैट बेनिफिट्स अस. फिर इतना अच्छा डायलॉग नहीं था. दैट बेनिफिट्स कंज्यूमर्स गिवन दैट वो डेमोक्रेटाइज हो जाए. वो फाइनेंशियल एडवाइजर अगर हर किसी को मौजूद मतलब मिल जाए और सस्ते में मिल जाए, इससे बेहतर कोई चीज है.
I think I'll just add to his question and what Sanil Bhai said. आप लोग ने 2 नाम सुने, Vanguard और BlackRock के. किस ने सुने? I think आप लोग ने सबने सुने. So just to give you a context, they control almost 90% of the first Fortune 100 companies all over the globe. और इनके जो assets हैं वो आप समझ लें more than 70% of the जो countries हैं उनकी GDP से भी ज़्यादा हैं. And उनका जो एक स्टैटिस्टिक आई थी जो लास्ट ब्लूमबर्ग में रिपोर्ट हुई थी, मोर देन 70% उनका जो रेवेन्यू है वो AI बनाता है. सो दैट इज द इम्पैक्ट दैट AI इज ऑलरेडी क्रिएटिंग इन द फाइनेंशियल इकोसिस्टम. जस्ट टू गिव यू एन कॉन्टेक्स्ट एंड आइडिया कि हाउ पावरफुल इट बी व्हेन इट इज यूज्ड नॉट जस्ट इन द इन्वेस्टमेंट स्पेस बट इन एनी स्पेस. सो और फाइनेंशियल कोचिंग की, एजुकेशन की जिस तरह से बात की है, so I think this would definitely be a game changer for economies like us as well. So I think that would be.
Yeah, I said. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So I think so. Investments is one side where AI is playing a critical role globally, and then we are seeing some local activities happening as well. Lending is another side, right? So today, if you want to go and get a loan from a bank, you have to put some collateral there. आपको घर देना पड़ेगा, कुछ लोन देना पड़ेगा, whatever, gold देंगे कुछ. Now what we are seeing is locally चीजें शुरू हो रही हैं, but globally more advanced models. So the idea are of alternate credit models, right? So how can you score Rizwan without using his collateral as a source of the plot, right? So can you use Rizwan's behavior of buying his mobile credit to do some sort of lending? So there are some models around that. Can you use Rizwan's behavior if Rizwan is a shopkeeper today? अगर Rizwan की दुकान चला रहा है, so can you use Rizwan's monthly buying जो वो कर रहा है from his suppliers as a model of extended credit, right? So these are the places where AI or machine learning के different uses निकल के आ रहे हैं, right? Can you build alternate models without using collateral as a source to extend loans? And these loans are these products by themselves are of a completely different nature, right? So bank loan है वो बोलता है 12 महीने का लोन है, 5 साल का लोन है, ये इसकी वैल्यू है, ये गायब हो रहा है, ये चीज, right? So these models can be different, right? So it could be कि 2 दिन का लोन है just to cover a particular purchase एक सप्लाई को लेनी है. So something we've been doing at NEEM is we use some machine learning algos on that side. We do credit scoring of different merchants. So that is a pretty solid use case that you can use AI and machine learning for. And we're also seeing a lot of other fintechs now starting to get into that space as well, locally.
Just a very quick point here. I just want to put this out there. You'll have to do a little bit of research yourself. मुझे ये पूरा याद नहीं है. I remember during a course we did, we studied a case study of a Chinese lending company that that gives you about, I don't know, $5,000 within the first 5 minutes. It'll assess your credit score and do it. But it used 7,500 variables. So, for example, आप अपनी बैटरी कितनी इस्तेमाल करते हैं before you recharge it. आपका Gmail का एड्रेस है या Hotmail का एड्रेस है, whether you're Democrat or Republican, ऐसे 7,300, 7,400 ऐसे variables थे in which you are deemed to be credit worthy or not. That was insane for me to hear. This is about 3 years ago, but that's how the world is shaping. Everybody's trying to incorporate. Does this particular variable about him, does he wear shorts, long pants, does he XYZ, whatever data they can get, does that hold explanatory power in terms of this person being credit worthy or not? So the world is doing amazing things.
Yeah, and just exploring all of those 7,000 questions using a single piece of technology, that's insane. And that's definitely scalable. I think in the interest of time, the main ask of the question, what in your worldview, within 30 seconds, is the future of finance? Right? We'll start left.
Yeah. So I think what I imagine is after next 10 years, I see that if I have to take a lending facility from one of the banks or a global bank, I think I don't really need to provide a physical collateral to the bank. I think my digital assets would be more than sufficient to provide that lending facility. And also in terms of investment, I think I would be able to make decisions with my AI financial coach. I would be able to get more returns compared to what I think is better for my portfolio and wealth management. I think that is the future.
So very quickly, I agree. My only 2 suggestions or predictions would be Pakistan is going to be slightly a little more different, I think, in terms of adoption. That's why it's so slow. There is a movement called Occupy Wall Street, where there was a lot of the people were disgruntled with capitalists, trust issue to all of this. If that hits Pakistan, and if people really lose trust in this system, then we're going to see an upsurge very quickly. Otherwise, whether it's tokenization, cryptos, वगैरह, आपने देख ही लिया है लोग how quickly people adjusted and went for all of these. So,
absolutely agreed on both points. I think those are for sure that is the future that we're going toward. I think we'll also see an evolution in the distribution of the products. Today, those products being distributed to you directly from the bank. I think where we are going, we will see those products being distributed to you from different sources. For example, it could be a ride-hailing app offering you offering the driver credit for buying fuel. It could be an SME aggregator platform operating in the B2B space, offering credit and offering insurance products around the SME segment. So I think the distribution will also probably evolve to support this growth. So you can have products, but you also need to have distribution of the products as well.
Great. I think a lot of value was shared here today within this 20 minutes or so. And thank you all for listening. Hopefully there was some valuable takeaways. When you do get to your own AI, remember ChatGPT doesn't do this. So do get another AI to solve these problems for you, or actually get a financial coach for you as a suggestion to help you make better decisions if you're not confident to make those themselves. Either way, at the end of the day, do focus on your education as well, and hopefully that's the main takeaway that you take away from here today. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, जी. अभी चला लो वो meme वाला.
Thank you so much, guys. So for the next session, we have a fireside chat. And for that, we have Hamza Shamsi and Hassan Tariq. Before we dive into the session, we'd like to play a trailer of a PC game. So enjoy.
Chaos reigns on the earth. Everywhere the NFTs are distributed. Because a new era has begun. Everyone is on a quest. Everyone wants to fight for the NFTs. For more fame, honor, and power. This is the only way to open the gate and get to the moon. They all want to go there, but only a few can make it. The war for NFTs has now begun. May the power and the fighting spirit be with you.
Be the power of blockchain. Your name is Katana Inu. You are the freedom, the revolution, the guardian and protector of our beloved moon. Katana Inu, search and protect the rare NFTs of Earth that you find, because they all want to get to the moon. Fight for glory, power, and honor. Protect the moon from enemies. Understood. I will fight until the end, Sensei. Do not disappoint me. Get what is yours. It has begun.
Hello guys, how are you all today? I hope you guys are not bored because this is the last section and we'll try our level best to make it interesting for you guys. So I'm Hamza Shamsi, I'm COO of Katana Inu, the trailer of the game that you were watching. And with me I have today Hassan Tariq. I would love to allow Hassan to introduce himself.
Hello everyone. So I'm the co-founder of World Play League, which is a platform for Web3 games. We primarily work on the publishing side of the games. So we are based out of the United States and now moving to Dubai from the incorporation side. So yeah, excited to have a fire chat with you.
Very excited today as well. Unfortunately, our other panelists were not able to make it here. So we'll have a fire chat today about future of gaming. Hassan is also from gaming. I'm also from gaming, so I'm very excited for this fire chat. So Hassan, what do you think? What is the future of gaming? And I would love you to tell the audience like how big is the gaming industry?
Yeah, so like gaming is like booming in the last couple of years, especially in the Web3 side. Like everyone is aware of Web2 gaming, like how PUBG and Fortnite and FIFA and all the big titles, Zynga, Farmville, have billions of gamers. So now we are moving towards like Web3 and the blockchain side and the NFTs and digital assets and play-to-earn economies. So we have seen the last couple of years a lot of growth, a lot of funding has been made, VC interest is amazing. But there has been some challenges from the economy side. There are a couple of experiments from different groups, and they actually collab with the single tokenized currencies. So end goal is not to have make a game a money-making machine and make it a Ponzi scheme, but rather focus on like realization of the utility of digital assets and the potential it has. So digital assets are basically work on two things. The first is time, and the second is scarcity. So if you are good at building economy around that, so that's the real value of gaming. So that's going to be the future when actually titles are focusing on the quality gameplays, quality experiences, and there is no like play to earn thing like that. You can earn a token, and it's an inflationary economy. We have already seen the worst in that part. So I think digital assets are going to be big for future.
100%, I can't agree more. And a lot of people don't know gaming industry in the entertainment industry is the biggest industry. Combined movies, music, the gaming industry is bigger than all of them. And gaming has been grown since its inception. And there are no bear markets in gaming, even though there are bear markets in crypto and other financials as well. But there has not been any gaming bear markets. Times where Corona was hit, the gaming spiked because people had more time. And gaming future is very bright, 100%. Also, I think that gaming will also change a lot of things when the future of gaming will change how people used to earn money. Like if we talk about Xe Infinity in the last bull run, 10% of the Philippine economy was ran by Xe Infinity. You know, if you went to Philippines at that time, the taxi driver would ask you to send him some Xe instead of paying in Philippines peso because of the depreciation of Philippines peso and the Xes were rising in prices. Also, I want to know that how do you think NFTs will evolve in gaming and how will it like change the space? I understand you talked about scarcity and right now there are not many projects that offer scarce NFTs in gaming. There are more NFTs than there are players. So how much do you think the time will take to us to be a place where there will be scarce and there'll be more demand of NFTs in gaming than there are available in the market?
I think like we can take example from even the existing big titles in Web2 like PUBG. Like if anyone is joining PUBG today in a season 13 or 14 or 15, the outfits people have in season 7, they are scarce, right? They cannot have it in any way, even if they are paying it. So I think like scarcity concept is always being in the gaming, and in the Web3, like you can actually recall the Pokemon evolution, like how they actually empowered the users and have the power to utilize that assets, the rare ones, and to derive that into different forms. And then you can make it in Web3, like if you have the rare assets, you can allow them to actually have a derivative of those rare assets, right? And and you can have the burning of the original ones and making it more interesting economy. So there are a lot of things that we can play around in NFTs, and I think we are getting the traction over there. People are aware of it now, like how we can actually. There are a couple of examples, like you are doing great in this game as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. So a lot of good examples are there in Web3 gaming, and you can imagine a future like there has been a buzzword in last couple of years like metaverse, and it's not there anywhere. And in my opinion, like metaverse is like totally 3D experience where there are virtual environments and virtual games, and you can actually have the interoperability of the NFTs. Like you can have a character in one game and that you can take it into another game as well. That's going to be very fascinating, obviously, and we are getting there. And the next thing I think you can imagine we have some like timing issues. Like it's not that instant, it's not that smooth. Like functionality is actually being compromised so far. But a lot of projects are actually working on it on the infrastructure side and the UI to make it easier for the Web2 gamers to onboard onto Web3. So we have to accept that we are not into Web3 yet. We are in Web 2.5, and we have to take it gradually to the Web3 because Web2 gamers are not necessarily the crypto traders, and they don't have any knowledge about the wallets and seed phrases. So you have to be very tricky on this if you want to have a mass adoption of 1 billion gamers into Web3. It's just not a slogan, but it's going to require a lot of effort. So a lot of new things are coming in, like you can have a sign up with Google, like immutable password recently launched on ZKVM. You can just sign up with Google and everything is on the back end, right? So you have no idea what's going on back end, but you are actually utilizing the blockchain technology. So this is kind of the functionality we need rather than the education, and we are waiting for that educating 7 billion people around the world, or half of like a world's population plays the game. So yeah, I think this is going to be the future, like when you have the interoperability of NFTs in the virtual environments, virtual games. And I would like to give you an example because we are not there yet. Today you are opening a web browser and you open google.com, that's coming from the Google Cloud. And next you are opening microsoft.com, that's coming from Azure Cloud. And both are instant, right? That's a smooth environment, totally smooth environment. We are not there yet in the metaverse and not in the gaming yet. So once we are there, that's what we actually envision the power of Web3.
Well, you bring up many interesting points from here. Like, I can't even catch all the points. But since you said I'm doing good, I won't spare the opportunity to advertise. I'm doing a new project too. That's called Grand Gangster City, and it will be a mixture of GTA and PUBG on mobile phone, and very excited for that. And since you talked about like NFTs in game. I think we haven't matured yet because the NFT in a game, he grows up, he marries, he have kids, and then he dies. And then the kids that are left are your NFTs. You have to feed him, you have to, like, you can live a fictitious life with like all the monetary value with Web3. That's very important thing. The second thing you talked about the wallets. I think accessibility is a big issue in the space right now, and there are hundreds of people I know that are working on it. You talked about Immutable X Passport. There's ZKEVM. Is a meeting with them yesterday, so I remember. So the thing is, the accessibility issue will not last for long for sure.
For sure.
And also, I think the builders, don't you think we have been emphasizing how good the technology is instead of making it easy to use for a normal person? Like, if you ask me how Google is, what technology Google is using, I don't know 100% what they're using.
Yeah, least problem.
And I'm not sure, like, many of the people here won't also know what's Google doing, what's the technology they're using, but I'm sure everybody is using Google in their daily life. Everybody can hack because it's there. I think the games that were like XC Infinity Top, they're more focused on economies, as you said, having them as a Ponzi scheme, like more people coming in, getting money from the older, like the new people, older people getting money from the new people, and then that's how it will go. Yeah. But XC Infinity did hit $1.6 billion market cap, so that's something that not to ignore 100%.
That actually proves the fundamental value of that technology.
Also, you talked about onboarding Web 2 gamers to Web 3.
Exactly.
I think the onboarding process should be such that the Web 2 gamers doesn't notice the big change like coming in, because they don't really want to grind in. There are a lot of Web 2 games that are good. Gamers, they don't want to make money, they want to spend money. But I think what we can focus on is the ownership. I was in Tokyo Game Show, Japan in 2022, and Japanese people, if you know them, they're very hardcore gamers. They're very hardcore gamers. They love their
very
game.
Loyal.
Yeah, they spend time with their game more than they spend time with themselves.
True.
When they saw our game in the big screen, they were very excited about it. And when I told them that NFTs are not only scams, but you get the digital ownership when you buy an NFT. You can do whatever you want with that NFT. Because gamers have been buying digital assets from the longest period of time, but they never got the ownership.
Exactly.
So they were very interested to know more. So don't you think we should emphasize on that more instead of just giving monetary value out, because that cannot
fully agree.
That cannot last forever.
I fully agree with this, because gamers are not there to make money. If you're marketing them to your game is a money-making machine, you are not targeting gamers. You are targeting crypto traders or something who is investing, right? So that should not be the vision, and it should not be the target. I believe to onboard the gamers from the Web 2 world, the most important part is to focus on the quality games, because you are competing AAA game studios like Rockstar or EA Sports, or you can just name it. And if you are not up to the mark from the graphics, from the gameplay, and it's not fun to play, and it's not free to play initially, so there is no point of making Web 2 user interesting.
Well, in 2021, we raised around $8 million for Katana Inu. And I don't think with that kind of money we can compete with games like studios like Rockstar, because they have hundreds of millions in funding and from earnings from the game. So we can't compete with them. But what we can do is we can provide a gameplay which is very interactive to the game.
Exactly.
So we can't beat them in graphics for sure, but we can compete with them in terms of interactions, in terms of how fun the game is.
Exactly.
So
I think it's more important to have more engaging experience and fun to play rather than maybe graphics.
100% for sure. Minecraft is one of the biggest games out there, and it's a pixelate game. So if a normal person who doesn't know much about gaming sees it, he will say, "Oh, what shit is this?" Right?
Exactly.
And it has like one of the biggest player base.
Even the card games like TCGs that are coming today,
100%.
like Cross the Ages have sold out like 700,000 NFTs with a very normal sized community and making a lot of money.
Well, selling out NFTs, I think that was something in the bull run where it was very hype.
They just did in the bear market, so that's pretty exciting part because they are
didn't know
actually
about
on the
that.
top of the marketplace volume. They are from the mutable ecosystem. You should do research. So they are again a TCG, right? And building a very engaging experience, and not a high quality graphics and that stuff. But they do have the functionality part. Like they have onboarded Web2 users. They don't even know they are using the blockchain technology. They don't know they have the wallets. But there are options for the Web3 people who actually knows to bridge the assets and take it to their own wallet. But who are not interested, it's all on the back end. So
Well, if you talk about Web3 gamers, I don't believe that there are many Web3 gamers.
No.
They are more investors.
exactly.
They buy NFT, they play the game just to earn money. But I think games like Sharpnel, like Katana Inu,
Yeah.
like
Shardbound.
good games that are coming in will get Web2 gamers interested to play Web3 games.
Like Miranda's from Ghana.
Yeah. So, what do you think future of esports in with blockchain games?
I think it's the most underrated industry right now, and it's growing now, especially in the MENA region and Saudi and Jordan and this area, in Southeast Asia as well. But we have yet to see the explosion in this space, especially in the Web3 side, because guilds have already proved themselves. Like they have faced challenges and opportunities at the same time. But there's a lot of scope from the esports, a lot of new startups coming in with a very unique tournament making platforms and all of this stuff. So it's going to be a huge industry, and it's going to help the whole gaming studio ecosystem from the user acquisition part, from the more engaging experiences, and to market the game as well. So
I think this is our hood, and it gets us very excited, and we can go on and on. But I think time's up. So thank you for being here today and for giving us such a good insights. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
I hope it was interesting for you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. Okay, so this is it for today. Today we're going to end all the sessions, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow at 2 p.m. So yeah, do come. Thank you.